All right, I see that people are still trickling in, but we are going to go ahead and get started. All right. Okay, so hi everyone, and welcome to day 2 of CASA's conference, Supporting Dual Status Youth, Intersections in Advocacy. I'm glad to see that a lot of you are back, and I'm excited to see that some new people are joining us. For those of you who are new, my name is Ludivina Vasquez Snow. My gender pronouns are she and her, and I'm the program manager for CASA of Los Angeles Juvenile Justice Initiatives. So I want to go ahead and get started as we have an amazing panel lined up today. As a reminder, if you have any questions, please submit them in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. In the chat, you will be receiving information from our chat box monitor, who will be sending you information on our panelists and the other events that we have planned for today. So now I'm going to transition things over to my colleague, Christian. Christian, if you could please turn on your camera. Awesome. Thank you, Christian. So Christian is an amazing person, and he is going to be introducing himself and his organization shortly. And he is going to be responsible for moderating this panel. So go ahead, Christian, take it away.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Thanks, Ludi. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to today's panel. I'm happy to have everyone right here. And today we're going to be actually discussing non-minor dependents in the adult criminal justice system. So my name is Christian Guziel. My gender pronouns are also are he and him. And I am a youth navigator at the Coalition for Engaged Education. Right here, I pretty much help out with outreaching, mentorship. I do event and workshop planning, preparation, facilitation. I help out with advocacy and administrative support. I'm also a father. I'm also a son, a brother, a friend. There's a whole bunch of things, you know. So yeah, today I'll be moderating the panel for you guys. So as we go, I would love to first welcome all of our wonderful panelists. So if you guys could just also please provide your name, your gender pronouns, the organization you guys work for, and also why this topic is important to you guys. So Julian, I don't know if you want to go first and introduce yourself.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Julian Adame. I'm a youth navigator with the Coalition for Engaged Education. I am interested in this topic, the non-minor dependence and the adult criminal justice system, because well, I'm going through it myself. You know, I'm a non-minor dependent. I'm also interested in like helping others, if you know, pass on to another.
Cool. Thank you, Julian. Welcome. I appreciate your details you're giving us about yourself. Next, I have Andrea. Andrea, if you want to introduce yourself, thank you.
Hi, I'm a research assistant professor at the University of Southern California. I work at the Children's Data Network. My gender pronouns are she and her. And I became passionate about this because I used to be a therapist for girls who were victims of sexual abuse and perpetrators. And then I went on to the Senate, California Senate, where I wrote laws related to child welfare and juvenile justice. Right now, I do research where we try to develop policy ideas that are evidence-based that will reduce the system involvement from child welfare to the juvenile justice system.
All right, thank you, Andrea, and welcome as well. Next, I have Susana. If you want to go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Susana Juarez. I'm a deputy alternate public defender. I'm a senior trial attorney with my office, and I'm also the deputy in charge of our juvenile division. My preferred pronouns are she and her. The reason that I'm interested in this and passionate about this topic is because I do believe that the health and well-being of our community depends on the individual and the health and well-being of the individual. when someone comes into the criminal justice system, unfortunately, there can be a lot of collateral consequences with a conviction or just going through the system. A conviction can mean that a person loses housing, they can't get a job, they can't get financial aid for higher education. You can, and then the consequences to that are, with any kind of loss, is anxiety, depression. So I see a spiral that happens when someone enters the system. So I'm very excited to be here because CASA provides support that non-minor dependents. Is that the expression? Well, former youth in that come into the adult system. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Susanna, and welcome as well. Next, I have Bob. Bob, you want to go ahead?
Yes, I'm Bob Perkins. I'm a CASA volunteer, and I've been one for over 10 years. All of the kiddos that I've worked with have been transition age youth. Most of them have become non-minor dependents, and almost all have avoided the criminal justice system, but the last two have not. One got involved as a minor and one as an adult at 19 and is facing felony charges right now. So the issues we discuss have an immediate impact both on him and on me.
Appreciate that, Bob, and welcome as well. Next, I have Justin. Justin, you want to go ahead?
Thanks, Christian. My name is Justin Torres. I work over at the Coalition for Engaged Education as a community counselor. I work with Christian and Julian amongst other staff members. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm passionate about this work specifically because, you know, I grew up in and around these communities that face these issues, and I think, you know, growing up in and around it, you realize that, you know, there's something wrong when, you know, your friends are ending up in the system and ending up getting left behind, and then to then kind of, you know, take that feeling and then have more lived experience. Myself growing up, getting my master's in social work, and then working with, you know, working with these youth who are incarcerated and formerly incarcerated. I take it from, you know, I have a different lens about it now, where now it's not just a feeling of this is wrong. It's an understanding of this is wrong, you know, to lock up these children and to then just, you know, send them off to fend for themselves without really rehabilitating them and helping them reincorporate into the community.
Got it. Thank you, Justin. Nice seeing you again. Next, I have Felix. Felix, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Felix Tunador. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm currently a program manager for the LA County Department of Health Services, particularly for a program called Whole Person Care Reentry. And this program provides release planning for adult individuals exiting the LA County jails. And we have an emphasis on long-term linkage and connection for folks to primary care mental health services, and when applicable, treatment for substance use disorder. And so, of course, along with those kind of primary focuses, we always have to look at housing. We always have to look at family connection and you know, a host of other issues for people exiting incarceration as well. So my passion for this topic really comes out of over 10 years of working with LGBTQ youth and seeing, you know, over the years, how involved and disproportionately overrepresented in both the child welfare system and the justice systems it is for particularly LGBTQ youth of color. So this, along with my current work in adult reentry services, where I see this kind of, you know, replicated over and over again, is where I've been really focusing.
Got it. Thank you, Felix, and welcome. And our final panelist is going to be Lindsay. Lindsay, you want to go ahead?
Yes, hi, my name is Lindsay Verity. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a non-minor dependent lawyer with the Children's Law Center. The panel here today is on non-minor dependence, but just in case you are not sure what that means, it means that somebody who is not a minor, so they are 18 to 21 years old, but they are still a dependent of the foster care or the child welfare system. So I represent these kids who are 18 to 21 who have chosen to stay in foster care to get some extended and extra help and support. And primarily, these are youth who I kind of think the system failed. We pulled them from their biological or adoptive families, and were never able to find them or place them with a new supportive family. And as a result, a lot of them do not have the support or the adults around them who are able to help them transition into adulthood. So thankfully, we have these social workers and this entire program that's there to help these youth as they transition. I used to be the legal director of the Georgia Law Center for the Homeless. And at that time is when I really started realizing the foster care to homelessness pipeline. And to me, that's outrageous. Well, homelessness and in general is outrageous, but the foster care to homelessness pipeline is really what got me interested in this subject. And now I've been focused on working with non-minor dependents who I continue to find it incredible that you can be in foster care and end up homeless. And oftentimes the intersection of the homelessness, the foster care, systemic racism, a lot of that leads to criminal cases, and all of them are kind of intertwined. So that's a big part of why I am excited to be part of this panel, because this is a big issue facing a number of my clients, because all of these issues can't be looked at in silos. They really have to be looked at together because they are impacting so many of our clients.
Thank you, Lindsay, and welcome as well. So thank you, panelists, for introducing yourselves and for also joining us in this important discussion. Today, we will start off with a presentation by Dr. Andy Lane Eastman, and then we'll continue by opening up the discussion for all of our panelists. Will all of our panelists do me a favor of just temporarily turning off your cameras, please, and thank you. So, Dr. Andy Eastman, welcome. She is, so far, like you were saying earlier, she's a research assistant professor at the USC Suzanne Dorpeck School of Social Work with the Children's Data Network, where she documents population level racial and income disparities and answer policy relevant questions concerning vulnerable youth in the child protection and juvenile justice system since 2009, right? I mean, 2019, sorry. Before that, she actually worked with the California State Senate, where she served as a legislative aide and also a committee consultant on several state initiatives surrounding health and human services and public safety. She actually graduated from UCLA, obtaining her bachelor's right there, and ended up obtaining her master's at Pepperdine. So congratulations on all your achievements. And you want to go ahead, Dr. Eastman?
Thank you, Christian. That was overly generous and very polite, and thank you for that lovely introduction. I'm just going to share my screen. And I know everyone's probably a little disappointed that the data person is talking first, but what I really want to share is the information that I think is useful. You know, I heard Justin saying, you know, I have feelings and I have understandings, and that's someone speaking from those who's involved with people and serves people that we really know and care about. But sometimes what's lacking for service providers and advocacy is the data and research that can show that, yes, what you're feeling and what you're understanding and what you're seeing over and over again, that's what Felix said, over and over again, this can be shown in data. And I think that's really the power of data, is to say that, yes, what you are seeing over and over again, everybody else is seeing over and over again, and we can prove that. So I'm going to show you this data and show you this math, and hope that this guides you and leads you to create the change that I know everybody else is going to lead and create this change. At the end, I'm going to reflect back and say, okay, here's the data. Now tell me about your experiences. It's been about 10 years since I was a therapist. I'm very far removed. And so just really looking forward to hearing from this wonderful panel about what we can do, how we can create change, and promote decarceration and better lives. So this is a study where we looked at child protective histories for youth and young adults in California. Yesterday, we talked about juvenile justice, and today we're moving a little bit forward in the life course trajectory. So I come from the Children's Data Network, USC, Suzanne Dvorak-Peck School of Social Work. And so one of the things that we do at the Children's Data Network is that we really believe that data can be powerful and it can be used to inform programs and policies. And so social workers, for example, because we use a lot of child protective services data or child welfare data, that's the same thing. Social work data is, our social workers spend so many hours entering these data about these families, about their needs, about programs that have been successful and programs that have not been successful. And what we think is that it really benefits everybody if we leverage those existing data and use them in a way that can improve the lives of these families. So administrative data, linked administrative data, that's what I do. It sounds very dull. It is absolutely wonderful. And let me tell you what linked administrative data are. So administrative data are data that are collected in the process of entering data into data sources. So example, birth records, you're born, your birth weight's recorded, information about the birth is recorded. You go on to education, maybe you're getting mental health services, maybe you're offered in-home supportive services, maybe you die, right? Everyone dies, we all die, that's science. Okay, so we go from birth through death, and we have contacts with different systems, and those systems tell a story. The CDN is able to link those data, and I heard Lindsay saying, we need to not look at the data in silos. And I could not more agree with that. We want to look at the information as it connects, as it shows this life course trajectory, so we can better understand how to circumvent some of the negative outcomes, how to improve upon the resiliencies that are already existing. And that's what linked administrative data does. So I would like people to get excited about that very boring term. I just really want to thank all the partners that we've had on this research. This data used data from CDSS, the California Department of Social Services. It also used data from the Department of Justice. I have been also so grateful to work with Dr. Hertz, who presented yesterday on the juvenile justice outcomes, and my mentors, Dr. Jacqueline McCroskey and Dr. Emily Putnam-Hornstein at the Children's Data Network. So we're just so grateful to all of our partners with this work. So I'm going to go back in time. This is not the study I'm presenting today, but this is the fundamentals of what we're talking about and what we're looking at. So this study looked at kids who exited suitable placement in camps and looked at the likelihood that they had a history of child protective services involvement, child welfare involvement, and found that among juveniles in camps, 83% had a history of at least a report. Okay, and so this is a population that almost everybody had a history of CPS involvement, also a group of young people who had very serious probation involvement. So then we kind of took a step back, and this was what Dr. Hertz presented on yesterday. And so what we said is, okay, but among all youth with a petition, so not moving into that camp, but taking a step back, among all youth with a probation petition, what proportion had CPS involvement? And we found that 2/3 of youth in probation had a CPS investigation report that was either substantiated or unsubstantiated, And then also that was inclusive of foster care placement. We saw that that risk varied by race, ethnicity, and gender. One of the meaningful findings that Dr. Hertz pointed out yesterday was that among Black girls in probation, in juvenile justice probation, 80% had a history of CPS involvement. And so that shows there are really great systemic inequities here, not only when we look at child welfare as a silo and juvenile justice as a silo, but when we look at the interaction between the two, we see those growing disparities. And then contact nearly always occurs with child protection first. And we see this as an opportunity, right? So there is, oh, there's blinking on my screen. Am I supposed to respond to this chat? Okay, I don't know, sorry. And so child welfare involvement almost always happens first. Just making sure people can still hear me. Okay, thank you. So we did this study on linked administrative data in the child welfare system. And so we looked at non-minors and minors, but we cut off the threshold of anyone arrested until age 24. We took child protection records where we looked at whether or not they had a report, a case, a foster care placement, and we looked at arrest. Were they arrested by age 24? When we look at the population and see who we see that the majority of them were non-minors. They were born after 1998, and we had limited data on them. So we only have data back to child welfare 1998. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's important. But we also see that 66% of them were Black or Hispanic. So we're seeing growing inequities among those who were arrested. 75% of the people arrested in California in 2014 and 2015 were male. And the majority of them had more than one arrest in just this 2-year window. So it's seeing there's that cycling through. Half were arrested for felonies and half were arrested for misdemeanors. So what did we find? We found that among the non-minors, 43% had a history of CPS involvement. And among the minors, for which we had full life course perspective information, 60% had a previous history of CPS involvement. So what is the answer? The answer is it's about in between. So for the first population, we didn't have full data. And for the second population, because their first arrest is at a very young age, they're a little bit higher risk. So what we can say is about half of people with a CPS involvement, among half of people arrested have a history of child protective services involvement. And an arrest for an adult, a young adult, is the lightest touch of contact they can have with the CPS, with the juvenile justice system. So what do we know about these individuals? We know that if you look at those arrested at younger ages, more of them had foster care placement. So the bright blue at the end is foster care placement. So if you were younger at the time of arrest, were more likely to have a history of foster care placement. If you were Black, 19% of arrested people who were Black were placed in foster care. That is compared to 6% of the average population. Females also had a greater likelihood of having a foster care placement among those arrested. So if all things were equal, all these colors would be the same, but of course they are not. So what does this mean? This means that child abuse and neglect was a common experience among individuals who were arrested. Now, this does not surprise anyone that I'm talking about, that I'm talking to right now, but this is ammunition to show that, those things you're seeing over and over again, those feelings and understandings you have, those are true, and we can prove those things. So we see that half of adults who are arrested had a history of child protective services. The rates of reports were twice that of the general population, and the rates of foster care placements were 3 times that of the California population. We also were very surprised to see just how chronic and early the child protective services involvement was. For example, the average age of a first CPS report was 5.4. So that was the first time that an arrested individual came in contact with the Child Protective Services system. We also saw multiple types of allegations. We would see neglect and physical abuse and sexual abuse for the same individual, and they had multiple reports. We also saw that as the level of CPS involvement increased, so did the likelihood that they had a felony offense as opposed to a misdemeanor offense. So you would see a child who was reported was less likely to have a felony, whereas a child who had a foster care placement was more likely to have a felony offense. So now I turn this back over to our very wonderful panel, and I say, you know, what key factors are not reflected in the research? How do these data reflect your lived experiences? And how do these data align with what service providers have witnessed? And you've already in the introduction given me some insight into what you are seeing working with the individuals and working in these services. You are welcome to email me for more information. I know this is a very quick overview. If somebody does really like statistics, you may email me. I'd love to talk about it. And this is the data network where we talk about more about reducing those silos and improving information about individuals who have contact with multiple systems. And with that, I will turn it over to the panel. Still just me.
Sorry. Well, thank you, Dr. Eastman. I appreciate your presentation. And as we could all tell, you know, your data is really intense. It's, how can I say, is really important. So I really appreciate that. And so now we will move to the panel discussion. As of for now, like what I'll be doing is I'll be asking some certain questions, and as soon as I ask them, if any of the panelists, if they will want to volunteer first to go ahead and answer them, that'll be fine. So the first question that we have, so as we just heard Dr. Eastman speak about the relationship between child welfare system involvement and adult incarceration, what factors increase the likelihood of becoming involved in the adult criminal justice system for non-minor dependents?
Well, I'll just get started with one significant factor that I've seen over and over again is that if you are a non-minor dependent and living in any sort of congregate home or foster care home, transitional housing, things like that, you have eyes on you. And additionally, just being in the foster care system, you have a social worker who has eyes on you. And you are surrounded by people who are likely going to be witnessing your life. Now, if you are living, say, at home with your parents and you hit your brother, your parents are probably going to step in and discipline you, but they're not necessarily going to call the police. But if you are living in any sort of transitional housing program or anything like that, and a fight breaks out, instantly the police are going to be called. You break the window, police are going to be called. If you're at home and you break the window, you're in trouble, but they're not going to call the police. And to me, that's one of the biggest differences, is that the behavior and actions that's pretty typical of teenagers is constantly being judged if you are in foster care. If you are under the foster care, the child welfare setting, you have all these eyes on you. And so we do actually think about that a lot with our non-minor dependents. This is an elected option. You're choosing to stay in foster care from 18 to 21. We want to make sure that there are not any negative side effects to that. So we do kind of try to think through these things and make sure that we're having conversations with our clients about how the possibility of living in an atmosphere where there's eyes on you could end up having a negative consequence. On the positive side, though, you have housing. So you have to weigh that. And that to me is one of the biggest issues, is that people are called on and the police are called and clients are charged with things that if this happened in another setting, they wouldn't be charged and the police wouldn't have been called.
Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate your answer. Any volunteers would like to go next?
I'd be glad to join at this point. I need to give a short disclaimer. I'm no social scientist. I'm a CASA volunteer. We work with one kid at a time. So, and I've had 2 of my CASA kiddos wind up in the criminal justice system. So my database is like an inch wide. But on the other hand, I know those 2 kids and the other kids who've been mine pretty well. I've been in their lives for many years, probably know them better than anybody outside their immediate family. So there's some depth to my anecdotal information. And I want to make 2 points, both of which kind of echo Lindsay. First, home matters in the chances of becoming involved. And though of course we'd love to have biological or adoptive parents, foster homes are pretty good. Even foster homes that maybe aren't the all-star homes. There is a parent, there are foster siblings, there is a family relationship there, and it is very different from group homes. So of the 2 kids, one kid A, I'll call him, started in got in the criminal justice system as a minor, but wound up clean, no record, no extended jail time. And he was in a foster home. He had both a loving foster mother and a very influential big brother, real biological type big brother. The other kid, who is currently facing felony charges as an adult, lived in group homes for many years, and in particular in lockdown. They're called STRTPs now. They used to be level 14s for several years. And my experience with that is that in those places, you don't have brothers and sisters, you have peers. And those peers, many of them are going to wind up in trouble. They don't have the world's best habits, and they have emotional, psychological problems, or they might not be there. And the caretakers are not parents. They are caretakers, and I guess the best word I can think of them for them. And they really monitor you even more so than what Lindsay was describing through the DCFS system. So, there's cameras in the halls. There are reports written constantly. If you get into a fist fight over a girl, as my kid did, there's going to be a record, and it's going to continue. They're going to continue to think of you as violent. The second point I'd like to, if you're an advocate for kids who might be in a group home or might be in a foster home, and you can get them in a foster home, my advice is do it. Try very hard to make that happen. And the second point I would say also echoes something Lindsay said earlier. Kid B, the one that's got the bigger problems right now, is he's got severe emotional problems. He's developmentally delayed, and he's been on the street a lot over the last year or 2. And what I want to say is, and he's also been hospitalized a total of maybe 20 times. That is mental hospitals for emotional problems. We don't do a very good job of delivering therapy or even psychotropic drugs to people on the streets. And we don't do a great job if they come off the streets into the hospitals, because the hospitals don't have the past records. They aren't very interested in getting the past records. Even when I've had a chance to tell them about that, their immediate problem is stabilizing the kid somewhat. And so they feed him whatever's on their pharmaceutical top of the list to slow the guy down or speed him up, whatever he needs. And it tends to be very short term, very sporadic, and disconnected with an overall therapeutic choice. We need to institutionally improve our ability to give help to people who are on the street, especially young people who are on the street.
If I could just jump in and piggyback off of what Lindsay and Bob said, they hit the nail on the head, basically, especially with respect to describing the group home environment. It can be very chaotic. And as Lindsay and Bob mentioned, there's a heavy reliance on reporting any typical teenager behavior to police. And that leads to penetrating the delinquency system. Once you have law enforcement involved, there's a report written. It does a lot to affect the confidence of the child, how they perceive themselves. Whereas, as Lindsay said, in another setting, or maybe in a foster care setting, a conversation would be had. So there really is an I don't want to say policing in these group homes, but it's a heavy reliance on calling law enforcement and entering the delinquency system. The second point that Bob mentioned, and this is also very true, and this is what I've seen in my own practice, is whenever there's a gap, if there's a mental health issue that's present in the minor, if there's a gap in the treatment or in the medication, that could lead to really disastrous results. So it's really kind of providing the support, the proper mental health and treatment support for those youth.
Thank you, Susanna. Any other volunteer would like to go next?
I could chime in a little bit, Christian. So yeah, just kind of in addition to what has been said so far, I think also what we see is that after a youth has involvement with the local justice system, we see them constantly being targeted by the police officers in that area. When they gain even just a small reputation with them, and then the police officers seem to target them, time after time after time, whether they're just hanging out at the park, whether they're walking up and down the neighborhood. And from what I hear from my students, I think back, or I think about the activities that they're engaging in. And for me, and at my age and what I'm doing, I think to myself, I'm like, I would never get talked to by a police officer for doing such a thing, or just driving around or hanging out. But because they've already been identified as someone someone to look out for, we see the recidivism for them over and over and over again, just because they've been targeted and they're receiving this negative attention versus rehabilitation and positive attention.
Thank you, Justin. And our final panelist, Julian, would you like to comment a little bit on this?
Yeah, I mean, myself, I've never been in a group home or nothing. I've been only involved in the juvenile justice system, but I would just say some factors that would lead a non-minor dependent, which would be a former youth, probably would. I would say if they didn't have a history with the criminal justice system, like while they were a juvenile, most likely it would be like a lack of resources in the community. Probably don't have anything to do on their spare time, no jobs, no school resources, like they don't know how to set up their FAFSA or something like that. And yeah, other than that, it would be like already former involvement already in the juvenile justice system. That would be one of the main reasons, one of the main factors of being involved in the adult justice system. Adult justice system, because well, like Justin said, you get targeted once you're already a juvenile. You get targeted as a troublemaker, and the police just constantly harass you and you're on probation. They could just, do whatever they want to, basically. But yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Julian. I appreciate everyone's answers. Next, we'll be moving on to question number 2. So, question number 2 states, once young people become involved in the adult criminal justice system, what are factors that maintain them in that system? And yeah, I mean, Julian, you kind of was talking a little bit of that last right now. So I don't know if you would like to start off this time.
Yeah, remaining in the adult justice system, I would say the main reason would be environment, like your surroundings, the same people you're around with that you were before you got in trouble, the same place you're around, main thing would be environment, or also like you can't fully comprehend the situation you're in. Like you don't know the consequences it's gonna have later on. You just wanna like live in the moment and deal with the future later on. And probation also, like sometimes you can't even get off probation because you have to pay restitution fees and they're expensive. That would be it.
Thank you, Julian. Next, would Felix like to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. I mean, I think there's a lot of factors, right? I think on an individual level, like Julian said, maybe people aren't thinking about kind of long-term consequences, and maybe there's not, community support. And I would say, that's one factor, the kind of over-reliance on calling the police to address somebody's mental health issues or kind of different behaviors, I think is really, it's a massive issue, right? And so building that community support so that people are able to kind of stay in their communities rather than being incarcerated or rather than having justice involvement to address different factors is key. And Bob mentioned, getting youth into foster homes instead of, again, like halls and camps. I think, like group homes, right? I think that there are a myriad of community resources that are really needed in a lot of communities to make that kind of bolstered. And I think on a kind of, less individual, more systemic level, right? We have obviously like systemic racism. We know that people of color and youth of color are disproportionately involved in both of these systems. And I think that, especially, I believe Lindsay touched on this, but when you look at youth of color, it's one thing if they are in their home, they're going to be kind of, their behavior is going to be addressed in a different way than if they were, not living in a kind of familial unit, right? But I think there's also a lot of research that shows that youth of color are punished and treated differently, right? And we look at Tamir Rice being killed, a 12-year-old, right, for playing with a toy gun. We look at Ma'Khia Bryant, who, at 16 was calling the police herself for help and was shot, right? So I think, and even on a smaller level, there's been different studies that show that in, kind of an elementary school setting, Black youth are punished at harsher rates, at higher rates as well, for the same behaviors that you see white kids doing. So I think that systemic racism is one thing that overlays kind of all of this. Yeah.
Thank you, Felix. Anyone else would like to volunteer? Go ahead, Susanna.
So, and this is like a big chunk of, this is a big topic actually. Once you're in the system, unfortunately, you get sucked in and it's very hard to get out. It becomes an emotional and financial drain on the individual. And just imagine you go into the system, you get arrested. If you don't get OR, then you have to see if you can even bail out. That's going to be a couple thousands of dollars, and that's only 10% of what the bail amount is. If you're lucky enough to get out, then you have to deal with the stress of going to court, having these conditions of OR. If you violate those conditions of OR, then you can go back in. And then if you are able to resolve the case for, say, probation, you have all these probation conditions. And if you don't satisfy those conditions, then you're looking at a violation, then you're potentially looking at being so scared that you don't want to come back to court because you know you're going to have a violation, so you don't come. And then you have a bench warrant issued. And then once you have a bench warrant issued, then at that point, they will pick the person up, because they always do. And then that individual is now stuck in custody, because that bench warrant being issued is going to be held against them by that court, as well as the district attorney, as well as for any future involvement or context with the criminal justice system, because it stays on your record for life. And that's just in pretrial. That's just trying to fight your case. And then imagine the stress of trying to go through and a trial and fighting the case. If you stay in custody, then that has a whole other set of consequences and trauma that go along with it. But it just becomes like this vicious cycle where you have a hard time pulling yourself out. Or in the best case scenario, you get probation, you are given a fine, you just have to follow conditions of probation. Well, a fine, one small fine in criminal court is like $390. That is taxed so high that $300 becomes $1,200. And that's just the fine. Then on top of that, there are court fees. So when you're talking about the financial weight that is put on the defendant, on the accused, then it drains them financially. And we already talked about how it drains you mentally, emotionally, and how it can lead to stress, anxiety, and depression. But then the financial aspect behind it, how are you going to get back on your feet if you're still trying to get yourself established? So that's just two aspects of once you're in the system, it is incredibly hard to get out, and then you just stay in.
And Susanna, you mentioned OR several times. Is that just your own recognizance that you're released without having to pay any bail? Is that what you meant by OR?
That's what I meant. Thank you.
So I'd like to add that one of the factors that helps keep people in the criminal justice system is that though we as a society have a number of institutional ways of providing help for what are basically indigent and often undereducated youth. Certainly the kid that I've got that's currently dealing with the adult criminal system has about a 9th grade education and has emotional difficulties. There are problems delivering him services. But what I want to say is, in theory, he's got lots of avenues to services. He's a DCFS non-minor dependent. He's a regional center client. The Department of Mental Health is involved. And you might say, oh, he has resources. But at this point, none of those places is offering him a place to stay other than overnight shelters, and somebody has offered him sober living homes that he's had trouble dealing with. So that's, I guess, some on him, but that's a limited palette of help. No one's offering employment. No one's putting him in school. It seems to me we need to get over the illusion that there are all these social programs that step up and help a kid make the transition from lost at 18 to functioning at 20. That's the other child that former child, young man that I mentioned, was able to get there, but it was mostly because of his older brother. It was not mostly because of the system.
And if I can add on to that, one of the issues as well that we see is that if a person is in the non-minor dependent or is a non-minor dependent in the child welfare system and gets arrested, if they are convicted and spend more than 30 days in jail, their foster care case closes. if your foster care case closes, you do still have the right to re-enter the foster care system or reopen your case once you get out. Say you serve an 8-month sentence or 4 months, whatever, you have the right to reopen your case. However, you have to know that, you have to remember that, you have to know how to do it. You might be, as you mentioned, a regional center client, which means that you have a developmental or an intellectual delay. And the moment that you are released from jail, oh, by the way, you've also lost whatever housing you had going into jail, if that housing was provided by DCFS. And even if it wasn't, you've lost whatever financial support you were providing. I mean, one of the options for our non-minor dependents is to receive $1,037 per month as a supervised independent living placement, where they find their own person to live with and they get the $1,000 a month. Well, that's cut off too if you're gone for more than 30 days. So a lot of the support that you had when something happened, if you're convicted, it all disappears. And it is incredibly difficult for our clients to get back on their feet afterwards. They don't have mom and dad who they can go and crash with. They are relying on the support that we are failing to give them because their case has been closed and we don't care about them anymore. So that's it, move on. And they are now 100% on their own. To me, I think that's a pretty big issue that if it could be resolved legislatively, I think that would really help. There are some judges who are more open to trying to keep a case open if the, and some social workers too. I mean, if we go to court every 6 months and the kid's entire jail sentence is 3 months and nobody mentions it, then great, their case continues on and they get to keep getting services. And they have that social worker who's there to help them re-enter society, find another place to live, figure out all of those kinds of things, find a job, as Bob mentioned, re-enroll in school, like Julian mentioned. I mean, it is, all of these issues are so compounded when you don't have that significant adult connection to somebody who can step in and help you. You don't have what many of us had, which is mom and dad, caring adult, caring coach, caring teacher, somebody who can help you navigate this. Our foster youth don't have that. And that is really drives me nuts.
Thank you, Lindsay, and everyone else. Anyone else would like to volunteer on this question?
I'll chime in a little bit. So when we're talking about non-minor dependents, especially the ones who have a history of incarceration and dealing with law enforcement, we have to assume that time and time again that they've been failed by the system, that they've been pushed back and held back by the system. You think about a quote unquote like normal child's trajectory of like, oh, you go to school, you make friends, you move on to college, or you go to trade school and you get a job. But like, what happens when you go to camp for 6 months to a year to 2 years? What happens, when you have all these fines that, we're talking about? Like you keep getting pushed back. So we can't assume or like expect that someone who's grown up with, like this can now easily transition into adulthood when, at camp, like what are they doing at camp? They're somewhat expected to go to school, but I've even heard like, the schools in camps are just like, you just show up and you get a letter grade, or, you play video games all day, or, worst case scenario, you're getting into fights, you're getting pepper sprayed, you're getting all these things. So it's just trauma upon trauma upon trauma upon trauma. So then finally, when I'm working with students who are non-minor dependents, it's almost like we're starting from square one of how do we deal with this trauma, and how do you effectively navigate the system of higher education or work or anything like that when you've already attained like this hypervigilance, this trauma, this lack of trust for other individuals. But it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely possible because even in small windows where, you know, we take our students out to things that they've never experienced. Like, you know, recently we went kayaking at Catalina Island, and, you know, they got to see the nature and they got to experience things that they never experienced. You know, some of them not even being able to leave LA County unless it was for jail. You know, I get to interact with them on totally different levels of understanding and trust, where, you know, I see them interacting with other individuals who treat them differently, such as law enforcement, such as the criminal justice system, such as the camps. They're a totally different individual with me, and, you know, and my company, and they excel. They excel, you know, in our Youth Navigator program, where they're given such responsibilities as Christian and Julian. You know, they're helping us out. They're helping the counselors out because they've been given this chance. But then, you know, at the same time, like, what do they do when they leave that one, you know, smidge of opportunity? You know, they go back into their neighborhoods, they go back into, you know, their homes, where this cycle just repeats itself and repeats itself and repeats itself. So there needs to be a more comprehensive backing, more comprehensive support from, you know, the system, the community, the government, schools, to support these students, because they are like 100% capable.
Thank you, Justin. And once again, thank you, everyone. Next, we'll be moving on to our next question. So our next question is, when a non-minor dependent is involved in the adult criminal justice system, what are the best ways we can support youth with our advocacy? Anyone would like to go first? Bob, or Susanna? Yeah, sorry. Susanna.
Oh, no, okay. If you have someone who goes into the adult criminal justice system, the first thing and most important thing is just to be there for your former minor dependent. That means if they at arraignment, be there in person, so that you can provide the defense attorney with information to assist, to try to see if there's any way to get the former youth out on OR on their own recognizance, or to see if they're the financial situation, to see if there's a way to get the individual bailed out, because there's a big difference in a person fighting their case from in custody versus out of custody. If you're out of custody, you're going to get way more better results, and you have a lot more options, and you're going to avoid a lot of the trauma that is hand in hand with being in custody. Once they're out, being present for all the court dates is really helpful. Providing transportation, because a lot of times court dates are missed, and that can lead to a whole slew of problems, meaning that they could go back into custody. Work with the defense attorney. The defense attorney is 100% there to protect and defend their client, and any resources and support in doing that is welcome. But you have to be mindful of the attorney role. The attorney role is to work in the best interest of their client and to follow the express wishes of their client. So that might not be something that if the client or the former youth has a different desire in the outcome of the case than maybe you do as a CASA representative, you have to respect their wishes and their autonomy, and make sure that you give them that space so that they can make their own decisions. Also be mindful that of what the attorney's role is the attorney's strategy and approach or advice might not conform with what you believe is in the best interest of the client. Be mindful that the attorney is very aware of like a lot of the legal consequences and will advise the client on all options, but that you have to give the attorney space to also work. Another thing that is really important is confidentiality. The attorney may not share information about the current case with you with the CASA, because there's an attorney-client privilege that exists. And by disclosing anything, that information and that protection is no longer intact. So they may not share things with you. It's not because they don't want to, it is because they're 100% trying to protect the client and the case. Also, there's a lot that a CASA can do to help the client as far as bringing in documents, information that is helpful to potentially resolve the case in mitigation. But use the attorney as a filter before you provide that information to the district attorney or probation officer or anything like that. Because everything that is provided to the district attorney and to probation, that is potentially evidence and can be used against the client, and it could be very disastrous. So collaborate, work with the attorney, maybe have them look at something before you submit it, just so that you can protect them in the process.
And if I can piggyback on that, Susanna, and maybe to hopefully make this conference not be too depressing, I do have a positive anecdote to share of working with a public defender for one of my clients. That is something that we try to do at the Children's Law Center. We always try to reach out to the public defenders and try to, offer whatever support and information we can. And it is helpful for mitigation, as she mentioned. And, with your client's consent, we can give information on their foster care background. But also, in addition to that, we can provide information about what services they're already receiving. They're already under the dependency court's jurisdiction. So they already have a social worker who's checking on them every month. And they have other resources. They have housing options. And so oftentimes we can provide that information to the public defender. Not every public defender in all of LA County knows everything about the juvenile dependency side of things. And a lot of them don't even know that kids 18 to 21 can have open foster care cases. That's a huge resource for a kid that when they are looking at the person, they're saying, well, you don't have anyone to go home to. We need to think about all these other things. And sometimes that's something that we can provide is we have more resources. This person has access to mental health services, to anger management classes. They have Medi-Cal. There are things that we can do to try to help. And I did have one case where I worked closely with the public defender, and the DA was initially recommending 9 years of a prison sentence for my client for his felony. And my client was in jail, and we continued working on it. He eventually got the DA to reduce their recommendation down to a year. And by the time they went to court on his case, I had submitted a letter on my client's behalf. And the public defender argued directly with the judge, and the judge released our client that day with time served. So it was a pretty huge win from 9 years down to just time served. And I think those are the kind of things that we can do. It takes a lot of extra time, a lot of effort. I have 250 clients. That's really hard to put in that kind of time on all the clients. But we're doing our best. And so to the extent that there's others who can also help with that advocacy, that's pretty helpful. And I think that it really does go a long way.
So if I can join in that, I think showing up is the most important thing you can do. Showing up and being honest are the two most important things you can do as a CASA for your kid, with your kid. It's not just your influence on the decision makers, on the judges or whoever, or DAs or PDs. It's your influence on the young person, because they are under a lot of stress when they go into an important interview or into a courtroom. Many times, in my experience, they don't totally understand what's happening or why. And even to the extent that they do, there are, you know, old, powerful people leaning on them, and it ain't easy. And you can help calm them down. I had a non-court example for you with the young man who's currently facing charges. When he was being interviewed as a regional center client, was shortly before he turned 18. He was frustrated, angry, walked out of the interview a couple of times. And I was there. And so I sat and talked with him and tried to make it clear what the purpose of the interview was, what was in it for him, why he should settle down. He did settle down, and he got that service provided to him. Might have done it anyway, but I think it helps A, to show up, and B, to explain things honestly. I'd like to also say that as advocates, when you can help build lasting relationships in the kid's life, that's outside of court. That's an important thing to do, whether it be with family or with ministers or with someone else who is in their life. And the best way you can help with that, I think, is we're lucky we don't have the 350 clients. We have a couple or one. And you can get to know the family. You can get to know the people who are in the young person's life. And you can help keep them informed of court dates, requirements for parole if there are some, things that they can help the young person with. And so much of what I do isn't glamorous. It's just message delivering. I'm a messenger boy for, to some extent, the CLC, among other people.
So I just wanted to pitch in one other thing that people haven't mentioned. You know, one is really knowing kind of like resources affiliated with reentry and the criminal justice system. I think because there can be a stigma. I think it's obvious, right? There's a stigma around criminal justice involvement for people at any age, and it really impacts folks' ability to get a job, get an education, housing, you know, a million things. And so I think, you know, one thing I've noticed is that at least in the kind of the realm that I'm working in, we see a lot of folks who could have access to other programs, but they get sent to a reentry program because maybe somebody in a mental health program isn't quite sure how to work with, you know, the kind of resources, or they don't know the resources around reentry and criminal justice system. Whereas everybody should be familiar, because these are not kind of discrete categories, right? It's like, you know, people who are experiencing homelessness often have close contact with criminal justice system. People with mental illness often have close contact, right? So I think being familiar with reentry resources that are particular to folks who are exiting incarceration or have a history of justice involvement, I think that's going to go a long way. And right now there's a really big push in LA County for increasing access to these resources and funding these resources better through Measure J or other Board of Supervisory, you know, mandates. And so I think just being sure, you know, you don't have you have a non-judgmental attitude towards, you know, a person's kind of justice involvement or status in that, but then also really familiarizing yourself with, you know, specialized resources that are out there for people who are involved with the justice system.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Next, I'll be moving on to the next question.
Oh, Christian, do you mind? I forgot to mention two things.
Go ahead, no worries.
I think it's important. Assisting your client with sealing is super important because of all the reasons we discussed. So just helping them do the sealing process or following up with it, because it could lead to them being able to get that job, that housing, that military, that financial aid. Another thing that I also wanted to say is in the vein of like not discussing the facts of the current offense or any past offense with your client. If they do call you from jail and they're want to talk about the facts, or they're saying that the police are trying to talk to them, really the best advice is to have them ask for an attorney, because again, the defense attorney is there to protect the client and to help them through the process. And I did see a question in the chat about CLC collaborating with the district attorney's office. The district attorney, their role is they get a complaint with a arrest report and allegations, and they're viewing your client with a certain lens. So I highly, highly encourage you that if you do want to provide any information, I just want to emphasize again, please talk with the defense attorney first and work with them and use the defense attorney as a filter so that you don't inadvertently give some information that is damaging or possibly like HIPAA protected, or about mental health diagnoses, substance abuse, things of that nature. Thank you, Christian.
No problem. Thank you. That was actually pretty important. So thank you for sharing. So next we'll be moving on to the next question. The next question is, what resources exist for non-minor dependents that assist with reducing recidivism? Any volunteers would like to go first?
So I can go. So there's a couple resources that seem to trickle in here and there. So I know recently during COVID, they had such like monetary assistance. If you were incarcerated during COVID, then you could receive some monetary assistance during then. And I think in my experience, that type of assistance isn't, I would say it's not typical. But what I would say is typical about it is that, this type of assistance seems to just trickle in here and there, and you need to, have the right connections to know about it. And, you need to have those advocates such as, the staff at where I work at the Coalition for Engaged Education, who are kind of, have their finger on the pulse and are speaking with individuals in the city, within the county, within the criminal justice system, who get word of these things, right away. It seems like I would say that the majority of individuals who, can apply for such assistance probably don't, because they don't know about it, which is really, I would say, like, really unfair. And there could be a greater effort to get to make this knowledge a little bit more accessible. But additionally, there's programs out there that specifically work with individuals, specifically like 14 to 24 usually, who are formerly incarcerated. Coalition for Engaged Education. There's the Youth Justice Coalition. There's I know there's more that are under the Ready to Rise grant. But mostly I would say it's a lot of community-based organizations that are putting forth this effort and getting the funding to assist these youth, with one-on-one case management or linking them to resources.
Thank you, Justin. Anyone else would like to go?
I think that it's really important to think about services that are offered for non-minor dependents and non-minor dependents who are also involved with the juvenile justice system. But I also think that sometimes if that's where we're thinking about focusing the resources, that we're looking too late, right? So where are the resources that are being offered in middle childhood, when there's a youth who has unstable placements, who is moved from group home to group home, has long stays in care, has not been moved into a permanent placement? When there are those flags coming up, where are the resources for the adolescents in the child protective system?
I think that's a really good question, and I would also urge us to extend our concern concern about where are the resources to the older persons who are out the end of the DCFS pipeline past 21. I worry in the case that I'm working on now, what will happen to this young man when he no longer is an NMD. Some of his resources will remain, but some important ones will go away, and I'm not sure what will replace them.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else would like to comment on this question?
There are a number of resources, and in terms of, I do believe DCFS tries to provide resources, and the county has provided resources to people who are former foster youth, and ilponline.org is the portion of the of DCFS that is their independent living services program, their independent living placement. Okay, ILP. And ilponline.org, they provide a number of things to assist our youth while they have an open case and sometimes when the case is closed. And those resources include financial resources, but also housing options. There are a number of housing options, not nearly enough, but there are some housing options that are specifically tailored for youth who have been in foster care and no longer have an open case. And also the federal government has stated that kids who used to be in foster care can receive Medicaid anywhere in the country or Medi-Cal here up until age 26. So that's also another amazing resource for our clients when they do age out of the system. And the Chafee grants go to people who used to be in foster care. And that is, I think it's $2,500 per semester that can help pay for tuition, help pay for room and board, help pay for your living expenses, anything that comes up while a former foster youth is in college. And as a result of COVID, they have extended or expanded those grants as well. And right now, because of COVID, the extended foster care benefits have been extended until right now, it's up until September 30th of this year. So our youth who have turned 21, their court case is closed, but they can continue to receive support from their social worker and receive benefits from DCFS housing or stay in their housing until September 30th. Now, I'm a little concerned about the crisis that's going to happen on September 30th with a year and a half worth of youth all who have turned 21, all sort of exiting the system at the same time. But thankfully, people are having these discussions and are trying to make sure that we have other options in place. There are definitely resources out there. I think the biggest issue, though, is LA is a huge county, which means there are a lot of resources, but it's really difficult to navigate all those resources and to find them and to know what resources are going to help you versus somebody else. And despite having so many resources out there, there's still not enough. There's 100% definitely not enough housing options. I mean, I think the transitional housing that is officially for foster youth from ages 21 to 24, former foster youth, ages 21 to 24, I believe there's 160 beds in all of LA County. So clearly that is not going to cut it for all the foster youth. But people are adding to that. I think another 40 beds are going to be added this year, or maybe it's next year. So at least people are talking about it. People are having the conversation. And I'm glad that we're here having the conversation too.
Thank you, Lindsay. Anyone else would like to volunteer for this question?
Sure. So I think, obviously, so a lot of resources been mentioned, and one thing that was mentioned is that LA County is massive, right? Not just in terms of how many people live in LA, but also just the sheer, the geography of LA doesn't really allow for, you can't send somebody from Pomona to Long Beach necessarily for services. So this is not a particular, this is not one resource, but I think one thing that kind of our case managers have found useful is a website called One Degree. And I think they market themselves as kind of like a Yelp for social services, right? But one thing that that comes up a lot is like, there's so many resources. How do we know, kind of what is available in one place, right? And this is, One Degree is not necessarily a comprehensive, kind of compository of resources for anything, but you can search there. So you can search for, housing or primary care, and you can filter based on population, right? So you can filter based on age. You can also filter if somebody identifies as LGBTQ, for specific services. So there's a lot of different ways to use it. And I think it's building, right? So this is like a self-reported database where different organizations go and put their own information in, and they can update it, right? So it is kind of crowdsourced. But in terms of resources, that is one way to kind of wade through the gazillions of resources that are available in LA County, because there's some really good ones out there that are smaller, and I think people don't necessarily know about. So that's just kind of a plug for that.
Thank you, Felix. Anyone else? Julian, I don't know if you would like to comment on this.
Yeah, I would just say some ways to reduce recidivism would be like change your environment, like others had said. Just like being in the same environment can cause a non-minor dependent just to keep on continuing his troubled ways. Also, programs like our program, the Coalition for Engaged Education, we provide case management. Our counselors keep up with the youth. Make sure they have everything they need. Make sure like if they need to find a job, we'll try to provide some resources for them. Or also we have a program for the foster girls. We provide housing for them as long as they're attending a college. So yeah, programs like our coalition or CASA LA, I'm pretty sure they offer a lot of resources too. Just like just any program that offers resources basically would help reduce recidivism.
Thank you, Julian, and thanks everyone also. Well, I'm gonna be moving now next to the next question. So the next question is for advocates. What are some preventative efforts that support young people? Susanna, would you like to go first?
Sure. Lindsay actually already kind of said it. In my opinion, it's really two things. Having that significant adult connection, having someone that actually cares and is engaged with the non-minor dependent, someone like a mentor, someone who they can go to if they're worried about something, they're scared about something, they need help with anything. It's really quite like fundamental. And I think that that's a big part of it. It's just feeling like you have someone to go to. And on top of that, the second part is connections and strong community support, whether it's organization that they're in, like identifying their goals, their interests, and connecting them to it, like such as their hobbies, interests, whether it be sports, music, something to engage them in. Because as Julian said earlier, if you're engaged in something of that nature in a positive environment, group activity, then you're less likely to fall into some bad influences. But having that person, that mentor in conjunction with that, I think is very helpful to prevent these kind of situations.
Thank you, Susanna. Anyone else would like to add on that?
Well,
I've been really, oh, go ahead, Bob. Oh, I was just going to say, I've been really impressed with the momentum that the county's been building for this prevention continuum. The Office of Child Protection and their work to create the hotline to a helpline. So you make a call, and previously you were, kind of tattling a child abuse and neglect, not sure what was going to happen from there, but now it's become this helpline where these community resources are offered, and they're not mandatory, and they're offered from community sources where individuals may feel more willing to accept them and feel that they are being supportive. And so, I think that as we move, as we become more resiliency focused, more prevention focused, more supportive, less focused, more focused on decarceration. I think these are the efforts that are going to move families and youth in directions where they want to be going. With Bob talking about the poly system involvement, the youth who have contact with multiple systems and have multiple needs, having opportunities for supportive services everywhere you turn. And I do feel like a lot of progress has been made in that direction. And I think there's room for a lot more, but I think the earlier, the more supportive and the better, and then really anchoring those services in the community, for example, the family preservation programs.
And also a big resource that has just come out for foster families, I think it'll be hugely helpful for foster families, is the Family Urgent Response System, or FERS, and it's at cal-fers.org. But it is a new hotline that just came out where the foster youth or the caregivers can call and talk about ways to deal with issues that they're having within the home. So it is a way to not have to call law enforcement, but perhaps call this resource instead. I would encourage everyone to call this resource instead of calling the police as your first option, because this can hopefully de-escalate tensions, help to ensure that the foster youth are able to continue living where they've been living, and to help them figure out ways to navigate issues that are arising that don't require, or that maybe you think the only thing you can do is call the police, but that's not the only thing you can do. You now have this other option of trained professionals who can listen to you and talk to you and try to provide answers. And I hope that this new resource will hopefully allow foster youth and caregivers to have an avenue of someone to call to help, who is not going, or that is not going to lead to an arrest.
Lindsay, can you say the name of the agency again?
It's the Family Urgent Response System, and I'm going to put their link in the chat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay. Anyone else would like to volunteer? Bob?
This is going to sound like a broken record. I think the family, whether it be the biological family or the foster family, or even just the people who are close to the young person, is the key to changing paths and getting things better. And so getting support to that family is crucial. So the FERS that Lindsay was bringing to your attention is a great resource. I was thinking back on kids who didn't wind up in the criminal justice system, but had some issues. That might be why they had a CASA. Wraparound systems, this is not news to anybody in this seminar, I bet, but the wraparound services have been very helpful to some of the kids that I've been the CASA for, and to their family, because that's what the wraparound does, is address the family. And I have, this is kind of free advice to other advocates, other CASAs in particular. When you're working with a family and a child or a young adult who's in trouble, my advice is keep as open a mind as possible about opportunities, about lifestyles, about everything. What I'd like to emphasize is that we need to recognize our own biases, and those are not just racial or gender or age biases. I once taught math at Banning High, and I taught the slowest math class outside of special ed. So I had a few students who were quite bright, but they were just terrible students. And I called one girl out on it and tried to challenge her to do better. And she said to me, "Why?" And I said, well, what you're doing, you're never going to get to college. You're never going to be a professional. And she said, well, my father never went to college, and he's a successful man. He is the assistant manager of a shoe store. And then she said, there's nothing wrong with an Al Bundy life. And I thought that girl had a point. As CASAs, we love the stories of the foster kid that goes to Harvard, and those are great stories, and we should be proud of those guys. But the kid who could have turned to a life of crime, but instead becomes a solid citizen, is just as worthy of our praise and our admiration, and is just as worthwhile a goal for a CASA.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else would like to go for this question? Maybe Julian, Justin, Felix, anyone would like
I'll
to
go ahead. Some preventative efforts that I would say support young people would be like, just like I said on the last question, just resources such as workshops that provide like life skills, how to fill out your FAFSA or how to do your taxes, stuff like that, just resources mainly on just to keep the youth busy so they don't, stay on the streets or anything like that, basically.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think it's really powerful, when the youth are given the opportunity to speak for themselves, and to kind of push back on these systems which have pushed down upon them. I feel like a lot of times when, in our program, when we tell them about these meetings that are happening with the city, or just amongst other groups that are fighting for reformation and of the justice system, and they actually get to go and tell their stories and have those stories be used in this fight, it becomes empowering for them, because now it's not just us advocating for them or speaking on behalf of them. They're actually in the driver's seat now, and they're something that they probably never thought would change, or something that they never thought they'd be able to have a say in. They now have a say in, and it's their stories and their lived experiences which really guide the direction of the change and the advocacy. So I think, like Julian said, getting them involved, giving them proactive tools and outlets, and yeah, just breaking that cycle that they have at home.
Thank you, Justin. Anyone else would like to go? Felix?
Yeah, I think, really like encouraging folks to have agency. I think that, you know, when people are younger, we don't necessarily, I think as adults, we don't necessarily give them the agency to like kind of, you know, learn things like how to do your taxes, right? Yeah, like those are really important skills that are boring, but, you know, it gives somebody kind of the like idea that, oh, right, like this is something that I'm gonna do. You know, it gives a purpose, even though it's like the most mundane thing that nobody wants to do, right? But kind of like encouraging young people to do activities as if, you know, they're gonna go on to have a like healthy, normal adult life, because they should, right? And I think just kind of working with youth to encourage them to see, you know, see the future, to see kind of 10 years down the road, I think is really huge. You know, the other thing, you know, Bob touched on this a little bit, like acknowledging biases. You know, I mentioned at the start of this, I've worked with LGBTQ youth for over a decade in kind of volunteer capacities. And I think, you know, one of the reasons that LGBTQ youth end up or disproportionately represented in these systems is because of bias, right? LGBTQ people are not inherently biologically more likely to experience mental illness or substance use disorder, right? We experience these things because of the way that society sees us and treats us, right? And so I think most people are accepting, right? But what does it mean to be accepting of you know, kind of anyone, right? You can be accepting, do you understand it, right? Are you taking the steps to learn what that means to a youth? Are you talking to them about it, right? I think all of those things kind of play into accepting and treating them like a whole person rather than, you know, just a youth, right? And I think that word youth kind of comes with some, a lot of people take it to mean, you know, they can't necessarily make their own decisions, right? There's a kind of element of biological, like the brain isn't fully formed, but we have to treat folks like they are, right? Because we want them to grow up and be healthy adults. But yeah.
Thank you, Felix. All right, so that pretty much wraps up all the questions we have for the panelists. So now I would love to open up the questions up for our attendees. So if you haven't done it yet, please submit any questions that you have, and we pretty much will answer them in the order they come in. So let me see. All right, so I have one question. One question came up. So it's, dear panelists, will you please discuss if non-minor dependents have access to restorative justice programs to address their criminal charges?
I can chime in a little bit. So prior to my employment at the Coalition for Engaged Education, I did my master's internship at the California Conference for Equality and Justice in Long Beach, which offers restorative justice circles and practices. And you know, it was an uphill battle because what we literally had to do was build rapport and relationships with judges, with schools, with, you know, organizations in the community, and we had to kind of sell the program. You know, it's not systematic that, you know, that by default they will have this option. It's more on a case-by-case basis if the judge themselves believes that, you know, this is something that could benefit them, or if they even believe in restorative justice, because, you know, there are a lot of law enforcement and people in the justice system that, you know, they don't believe in restorative justice. So it's an option for those who are lucky enough to have, you know, someone that views it as an option.
Thank you, Justin. So another question that came in, how do we balance changing a youth environment with knowing a youth connected to support systems?
What was the question again, Christian?
Give me a second. So let me see. I don't see it anymore.
I do think it'd be great, Julian, if you could sort of answer the question, which was, how do you balance taking somebody out of the environment that you mentioned would be useful to move the person away from if it was the environment that led them to being arrested? Balance that with wanting to keep ties to the community and family, and figuring out how to navigate that balance. Do you have any thoughts on that, Julian?
I would say if there's not like a choice to move out, like, you know, financial situation, you don't have a choice to move out like of the area, I would say just keep away from the people that you would get into trouble with, if there was people you would get in trouble with, or just keep away from the places that around your environment that you know that cause trouble. Yeah, that's what I would say. If you want to change the environment, like if you move a kid and you want to keep the connection with the support systems, I would say honestly just try to look for other support systems in that environment that you're gonna place them in. Like, if that makes sense, let's say you're changing community, so look for the resources in that community to connect the youth with, so they can have like, so you know that they have somebody, like some other support systems, I guess.
I think in the, you know, the work that I do with my students and just some of what I've seen, there's a good chance that to an extent they'll never like leave the neighborhood, you know, like not physically, but you know, just kind of like they're not going to leave their friends, you know. These are probably going to be like lifelong friends. This is probably going to be something that they you know, incorporate throughout their life. It's just the extent to which they do it. You know, I know students who are very, you know, have navigated life very, you know, very positively, and you know, they have jobs and families now, but you know, they still identify with their neighborhoods. And I think it's a matter of like, you know, the gang in and of itself provides a lot of things. It provides a sense of purpose, it provides community, it provides friends, it provides family. So what is it that we can offer, you know, a youth that is more enticing than that? And in addition to that, you know, it can also be framed in a way of, you know, if these are people that you care about, you know, taking this route will help you to continue to care about them and for them. And that's kind of what we see, especially there. I know there's an organization called the Homies Unidos, and they specifically work with like individuals from MS. And you know, it's like members of MS helping other members of MS to like further their lives in a positive way. So I think it's good to take it from that approach. Like, it's not plucking this individual out of this like negative environment. It's, you know, how do we help them to help themselves, which further helps them to help their community, because they're bonded to their community, and that made sense.
Got it. Thank you, Justin. Okay, so next I'll be moving on to the next question. So it's pretty much saying, what does the panel suggest when a social worker experiences pushback from the non-minor dependent to participate in services, and the non-minor doesn't have much natural supports in place?
This is an unrelated study, but for my dissertation, I looked at mothers in foster care and the outcomes of their babies. And one of the things that I saw when I read all the moms' case records was that some of the mothers would refuse services, voluntary supportive services. And, you know, much like seniors in high school get senioritis, these mothers seems to be having systemitis. And so it was just a rejection of continuance and involvement with the Child Protective Services system. And one of the recommendations from that report was that services may be more received, people might be more receptive to services if they're offered in places where they feel safe. If they are offered from community members, from individuals, maybe in some cases, hospitals may be better able to offer, services, but places in the community where it does not feel like oversight, but feels like support. And I don't know what that looks like, but that is a lens that we can think about developing and offering services through from a community supportive perspective when the DCFS services are rejected.
I definitely want to read your dissertation. That sounds amazing. Probably about a quarter of my clients are parenting, I would say. Maybe a fifth of my clients are parenting. Thankfully, the bulk of them do not end up with open DCFS cases. But parenting or non-parenting, to answer the question, I do think that if a person is pushing back against services, they're adults, and we do need to respect that and respect their boundaries. And oftentimes, if we give them time, they'll come back around. If they're in, as long as it's not an open parent case where time is not on their side and they could risk losing their child if they don't do this court mandated services, if it's just services that you think are going to help them and hopefully prevent issues later on down the road, there's really only so much that we can do to suggest and advise and try to guide our clients and non-minor dependents in general, but really to recognize that, for example, I was just talking with a client about a therapy, and he told me he's just been in therapy his whole life and he just doesn't feel like it's really that helpful. And I think it's important for us to recognize that this systemitis is real, and that if you've been in therapy your whole life, going to therapy now is probably not going to do anything if you already have this image in your head of what a therapist is and that you don't get anything out of it. Now, maybe your situation has completely changed and you have different things that we think you should be talking about in therapy. That doesn't mean that therapy is actually going to be useful for this client if the client isn't even willing to open up in therapy. So to me, I think when these situations come up, the main thing that I can do is provide suggestions, provide advice, and then let the client make their own decision. Because that's really what we're here for, is to guide people, but not mandate what they do.
Thank you, Lindsay. And well, based on our time, seems like we might have just enough time for one last question. So the last question would be, any suggestions on how we can help a youth who has a felony record receive employment?
I would say there's a lot of programs that offer job opportunities and job trainings specifically for youth that have felony records and probation and all stuff like that. So I think there's one program called PV Jobs. They specifically provide opportunities for felony youth that have felony records that are probation involved too.
Yeah, I would echo that. I think there's a lot of specific kind of employment-focused reentry organizations in LA County that would be good with that. So additionally, Center for Living and Learning, which is in Van Nuys, Center for Employment Opportunities is another good one. And I believe Homeboy has some really good programs as well. But yeah, I think getting some help from particular organizations that do kind of employment services for reentry is a good start.
Thank you, Felix. And well, I want to say, first of all, thank you all panelists once again for sharing your knowledge and your experiences with us. I will be closing out our session today at this moment, and I would like to invite any panelists with any closing thoughts to share them.
I'll just say it was, it was really great sharing space with everybody here today. And additionally, it was great to share space with Christian and Julian, who are youth in the program. And, I think it's really awesome that y'all put yourselves out there and share your life, your life experiences. And, for everybody who showed up for the panel discussion, thank you so much. I think it's, it's always refreshing to hear from individuals who are also in this fight, and just to hear different strategies and just the work that everybody's working on, because we need a diversity of tactics if we're going to take the system in a different direction.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Justin said. I want to thank LA CASA for putting this on. I certainly learned a lot today that's going to influence the trajectory of my research. So I'm just grateful for hearing these perspectives and to be a part of this.
Great. Well, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, attendees, as well, for attending our panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for your time. I really appreciate it. You may now turn off your cameras. And Christian, I just want to keep you on a little bit longer. I want to just say thank you so much for moderating that discussion. I think we were just able to get so much great information from our panelists, and you just did such a great job at calling people out and saying, I know you're going to have something good to say. So thank you so much. That was very powerful. You may now turn off your camera, or go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll just say thank you. Thank you for having me, and everyone have a nice day.
Thank you, Christian. So hi, everybody. It's me again. I just want to let you all know that we're going to go on a short break. We will be coming back at 2:05 p.m. So just take some time to get some water, walk around, and please come back and join us at 2:05. And for the panelists that are coming in for our next session, if you are in attendee mode, not to worry, our webinar facilitator is going to bring you in as a panelist shortly. And we will be right back.
Hi, Amber.
Hi.
Hi, panelists. Before we get started at 2:05, I just wanted to confirm with the webinar facilitator sent that if your name is spelled correctly and your gender pronouns are listed, it looks like everybody's information is listed. And everybody has the ability to unmute and turn on their screens as needed. Yeah, okay, perfect. And Amber, do you have the ability to share your screen?
I don't, and I can't turn on my camera either. Hold on. There we go.
I can't turn on my camera either. This is Tamika Wolford.
Hey, Tamika.
Hi.
I think that's something that Mika can work on. Perfect.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you're able to you're able to turn your camera on and off and everything. Perfect. And Amber, do you have the ability to share your screen now?
Checking. No, I don't.
It might be because I'm sharing screen. Let's see. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so once I stop sharing screen, you should be able to share screen.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, and so I believe we're just waiting for one more person to come in. So I'll just check in with them when they come in. And for everybody else, just know that there will be questions coming in the Q&A box, but you can just leave those because we'll answer them at the end. So no need to focus on the conversation and the chat box. Just leave those and somebody will be taking care of that. And the other thing, if you need to chat with each other, feel free to use the chat feature. Does that work with everybody? All right, awesome. It's so nice to see your faces. We'll be starting at 2:05. So if you could just please go ahead and turn off your camera. We'll go ahead and get started at 2:05. And Michelle, if you could wave. Michelle's your moderator for this session. She moderated the yesterday's session and she did such a great job. So she'll be getting us started in a few. All right. Thank you. Hi, Gina. Are you able to turn on your mic and your camera? Do you have that capability?
I believe so.
Okay,
Can you
perfect.
see me now? Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, awesome. So just so you know, the Q&A box is at the bottom of the screen and questions will be coming in, so you'll be alerted, but it's okay to not look at them while you're participating in the panel. Someone's going to be looking through the questions and we can answer them all at the end. Feel free to use the chat feature though to talk to other panelists if you need to, or if you want to send a resource out to the people who are watching. Other than that, I hope your name is, I spelled your name correctly. If you need to make any edits, there's a little square with 3 dots at the top of your screen that you can edit. If you could please add your gender pronouns, that would be great.
Well, how do I add that?
So if you hover over the screen on your face,
so okay, I can see the option to unmute and to show my video, but I don't see myself. I'm not sure how to.
Okay.
So I'm not seeing.
I can rename you. Is your name spelled correctly? It's Gina, and then
You've got that.
Okay. And then what are your gender pronouns?
She, her, and hers.
I'll add that now.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. So with that, let me bring us back from break. Okay, hi everybody, and welcome back. Michelle, if you could join me. Awesome, and I mean, all panelists are welcome to turn on their cameras at this point too. Welcome back everybody from our break. I hope you got time to get some water, walk around, play with your dogs or animals, whatever you have. And I just want to now transition things over to Michelle. Michelle, if you all remember from yesterday, she moderated one of our sessions then, and she is back again, and I'm so excited to have her, and I'll let her take it from here.
Thanks so much, Ludi. And thank you to all of our attendees who are here. Welcome, happy Friday. So like Ludi said, my name is Michelle Newman and my pronouns are she and her. I'm super excited to be here and welcome today's panel on dual status youth and commercial sexual exploitation as well. I'm an advocate supervisor currently at CASA of Los Angeles, and I'm very proud to support their advocacy efforts with our young people. Before that, I was actually working 2 years with non-minor dependents and supporting them with transitional age skills and developing independence. I was actually previously in foster care myself, so this population is definitely very close to my heart. And with that said, I'm very honored to be part of this discussion and excited to moderate the panel today. At this point, I'm going to ask that the panelists actually turn their camera off, and then we'll do a welcome and introduce each one of you. And as I state your name, you can share your organizational affiliation, your pronouns, and why this topic is of interest to you. So we're going to start with Tiffany.
Hi, thank you so much. As my screen says, my name is Tiffany Cortez. I am an attorney supervisor, and I supervise the CSEC attorneys, as well as the TAY case managers and parent support case manager at CLC4. I am obviously a part of Children's Law Center of California, and I work with this population because I love these kids. I have said plenty of times that I see the youth that we work with, especially CSEC youth, and they are kids that look like me, come from my community, and just a bunch of really awesome, resilient, intelligent, funny girls and boys that we really love to support and advocate for. So I cannot imagine working with a more exciting or more amazing population.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Next is Michelle Henderson.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Henderson. I am an attorney with the LA County Alternate Public Defender's Office. My pronouns are she and her, but more importantly, I am the APD for Star Court in Compton Juvenile Court. And dealing with CSEC is such an important topic to me because as I see it, this is a public health crisis and a situation that needs to be, best addressed from not just maybe one or two agencies, but from the collective. So whether it be legal changes or whatever community, resources or programming that's out there, I think that there's a way to get involved collectively to help, end hopefully human trafficking and to help our CSEC youth in both the delinquency and dependency court. And I've been honored to work with my youth for almost 3 years now in Star Court. It's been wonderful.
Great, thanks so much, Michelle. Betty Liu, you're next.
Hi, my name is Betty Liu. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I work at the WM CAC Foundation, and I'm passionate about this topic because I am a CASA volunteer, and I work with a youth who was dually involved, and I saw her struggle, and I want to help other youths in this tough situation.
Thank you so much for being here, Betty. Next is Amara Timms. You can unmute yourself, Amara.
Hi, my name is Imara Timms, pronouns she and hers. My gender, my organization affiliation, I've been with Saving Innocence since I was 13. I've been in Dream Court, Star Court. I've been in all the systems that there's out there. And I'm passionate about this because it's been my life since I was 13 years old, and I've overcame a lot of obstacles that are within the system. And I just want to encourage and support the youth that are in the system and that want to make it out, you know. And yeah, I'm a mom and I study law school, you know, and I just want to be able to give justice and, you know, support to the community that I came from. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for giving back, Amara. Next, we have Tamika Wolford.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. Like she said, my name is Tamika Wolford and my pronouns are her and she. I currently work for Zoe International as the STRTP administrator for our Zoe Home for Youth Los Angeles, which is a unique STRTP that has been designed specifically to bring healing and restoration to female identified CSEC youth. I've had the privilege to work with dual status youth in LA County in so many different capacities in different programs that it just ignited a fire and a passion in me to ensure that our youth don't get lost in the system, to make sure that they have access to the resources that they need for healing, for independence, and to really be free from the life. So I'm just so here to be happy to be an advocate today for our youth and bring change to the system.
Well, we're happy to have you, Tamika. Next, we have Gina Giacone.
Hi, sorry, let me do that again. Hi, my name is Gina Giacone, or Giacone, either way is correct, and my pronouns are she and her. I work as a deputy probation officer for LA County Probation, and I've worked for the department for the past 20 years. And I've worked as a dual supervision probation officer, ILP coordinator prior to that, and I currently work with our probation trafficking court. And once I started working with the dual population, I really found my my personal passion. Just there's so much that it's a complicated road for our young people, especially when they're aging out, when there's two systems involved. And I really feel honored to be able to be a part of that transition and help our youth figure out what the next step is. And this is such a vulnerable population that I was really not aware of until I was approached to join Star Court, and it's just been a privilege, and that these young people are so resilient and they just really inspire me on a daily basis.
Definitely, they have a tendency to do that, Gina. Thank you so much for sharing. Last but certainly not least, it's Amber Davies.
Hi, my name is Amber Davies. My pronouns are she and her. I am the Senior Director of Clinical Programs for Saving Innocence. So we have been the advocacy organization that's been involved working with these youth. Our organization's been around 10 years. I've been a part of it for the last almost 7 years. And I'm passionate about this because one, I'm also a foster mom, and two, 18 years ago, I started working with this population without even really knowing it. And so I feel like this evolution that we've seen is really powerful to see how all the different systems can come to support this population.
Thank you so much, Amber. I really appreciate all of the panelists sharing a little bit more about themselves and why they are passionate about this topic and why they're here for this very important discussion. We're going to actually be starting off with a special presentation by Amber Davies, and then we're going to actually open up the panel discussion. So Amber, I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay. So I might just leave it like this because if I share my whole screen, I don't get to see anything else. So I just want to set the stage for this whole conversation. There's like a wealth of professional experiences and knowledge on this panel. And so I just really want to set it up so that we can know how we got here. So I'll start with just, like I said in my introduction, 18 years ago, I was working in group homes, and when you would read through some of the information that you get about kids, it would talk about how they had been arrested for child prostitution. And so the language has absolutely changed over the years, but the laws haven't necessarily followed it as quickly as some of the understanding and the language. And so we've been playing catch up. So if we look at the timeline just in LA, there has been this shift from probation being the primary jurisdiction for this population. And the shift has then come into child welfare. And some of the things that came into play just in terms of the timeline was that Star Court, as several of you mentioned, became something that we got to be a part of starting in 2012, and it stands for Succeeding Through Achievement and Resilience. So obviously in 2012, there was a recognition, and if any of you know Judge Pratt, she would talk about how kids would show up in her courtroom at as young as 11 years old, and they had been arrested for prostitution. And, you know, in processing some of that, she's like, I'm not going to be able to treat these kids the same way. That's just not, it doesn't make sense that way. And so obviously setting up this court was a huge accomplishment and a massive undertaking, but really beneficial for the youth who were able to be a part of it. And there's plenty of success stories from that, just in terms of their treatment and the way that they were able to work through some of the trauma, but still be a part of court, because that's the way that the laws were set up. So in 2013, the LA Board of Supervisors charged a task force with setting up some of the response that we would have in LA County. And that involved the probation department, DCFS, Department of Mental Health, Public Health, and Health Services, and then the Sheriff's Department initially. And so what they came up with was really part of the law enforcement, the first responder protocol. And so what that was an opportunity for law enforcement to initially respond to the crisis calls when children were recovered. Now, obviously at that point, they were still being arrested, and we had to ask law enforcement to please voluntarily not arrest these kids, but really respond and ask them to make sure that we were responding in a trauma-informed manner and really find a different avenue for these kids to go through. And then DCFS said, okay, in the dependency side, we need to have our court set up also in the similar way for Star Court. And so they created the Dream Court. And that was a wonderful acronym dedicated to restoration through empowerment, advocacy, and mentoring. And I think that as we've all sort of seen this evolution, it's been this shift, but not every entity has followed. And so it wasn't until 2017 that SB 1322 passed. And that was the whole campaign of there's no such thing as a child prostitute. And so the shift then came from eliminating the burden on the system of probation and shifted it to child welfare to be able to approach and support youth. And some of that has to do with the Senate Bill 855 that passed, which allowed for DCFS to get involved. Whereas if we called back in maybe 2010 and said, hey, this child had been exploited, and we explained that it was not with the family of origin, they would not have been able to intervene. And so with that other shift, to child welfare, the approach has been that we have had to basically find all of our resources to support the youth in the way that they were coming through these systems. So just to give you an overall view of what happened in the first 4 years of the first responder protocol, it was looking at the system jurisdiction at the time of their first recovery. 26% had an open referral or open DCFS case at the time of their recovery. And then another 24% that have come from out of LA County. So we have a lot of people being trafficked into LA County. And that is partially because it's a city of 10 million people. And you can imagine, not a county of 10 million people, but you can imagine the demand, how it sort of follows that. Whenever you have transient people, we have one of the largest or most traveled through airports in the world. And so you could imagine whenever you have transient populations, there's this demand that exists in LA. And then you can look that 12% had prior DCFS involvement with no current system involvement. And then 11% of those were probation. And actually, that's going to be more similar to how it is today, that fewer and fewer of these kids are going to be under the probation jurisdiction, especially with some of the reforms that are coming. So what we know is that many of these youth, the statistics are that 70 to 90% of children who experience exploitation have had some form of early childhood sexual abuse. And so it makes sense that a lot of these kids would have a prior child welfare referral from an early age. And so when we look at an average, there were about 9 referrals per child by the time we had encountered them. So what we know is that a lot of times these kids that are coming through and identified as exploited, many of them have been exploited maybe for months or years prior, and a large majority have experienced early childhood sexual abuse. And another just item that I want to address is just some of the disproportionality. So one of the unique aspects of LA is that we have a smaller portion of the population who is African American. But as you can see from this, in the first 4 years, it was 71% identified African American youth were part of the first responder protocol. And so when we're looking at how the population is laid out, there's absolutely disproportionality that it impacts these youth. And so we have to kind of look at how some of this plays into just some of the systemic issues with foster care in general, and then how LA is set up as a county. So how we have moved and transitioned, everybody's had to build their capacity. We've all had to partner and collaborate. In something I was reading recently is they were talking about how silos in all these different companies or aspects of culture exist, except with first responders. And I would say that all of us would essentially act as first responders. And so I have been so proud to be a part of some of these committees and all these different ways that we can all come together, because we all have expertise and we're all attempting to build our capacity. All of us have had to have clear roles and responsibilities so that we're not stepping on toes, but really everybody's coming around to support these kids. So there have been a lot of policies and political action that impact some of this, some of the things that are happening in LA right now, which we don't necessarily need to get into, but there are a lot of things that inevitably will impact the youth who are being exploited. And then the other aspect of this is just recognizing how important it is to address the vicarious trauma of those who are supporting the youth and the potential for burnout. And I think those are just some of the things that we talk about often. We emphasize self-care for everybody involved in this, but there are so many aspects in working with this population that we have to be aware of as professionals working with this population. And so lastly, just again, to set the platform for the conversation is all of the things that are happening now with the Department of Juvenile Justice and the realignment that's happening in the state of California, I think is really important, because everybody is coming with this new approach to have a trauma-informed lens to be able to work through and understand the impact of trauma and how the large majority of people in juvenile justice have experienced trauma. And so I think it's important too to acknowledge how mental health has had to rise up and really look at their treatment approaches. If you look at right now with this population, there are very few basically practices that are approved to be used through insurance, et cetera. So we're having to be really creative with how we are approaching this from the mental health perspective. Obviously, we always need to go upstream. We always need to make sure that we are doing our part to prevent this from happening. And so there has been some legislation to ensure that this can be prevented. And then obviously just understanding the intersections of trauma, emotional regulation, trauma and crime, and how all of these things will come together with both of the jurisdictions and how it impacts dual jurisdiction youth. So that hopefully will set the stage for some of the conversation to just know how we got here in LA at least, and how we will hopefully move forward as the state moves through their reform.
Thank you so much, Amber, for that wonderful presentation. Definitely a lot of great information. At this point, we're actually going to start the panel discussion. So if all of our panelists can turn on their cameras so I can begin with our first question. For this first question, we have about 10 minutes. What are the risk factors for CSEC involvement? And we can start with Imara.
Some risk factors. I would really like to not be first, if that was okay with you. But I'll go first this time. Some risk factors can be just the group homes the youth are in, their social, their friendships. With me, it was my relationship. It could be family. It could be going home to family a lot of the times. With me, it was being like not having much to do, being young and being in that system. This is so terrible for me right now. I'm really nervous. Risk factors can be the fact that youth don't know like what they should be doing or how they should be living their life. A lot of risk factors for me was being exploited and not knowing I was being exploited. My friends, my family, being a woman. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Imara. Next, we have Amber.
Yeah, to piggyback on some of the things that Imara said, I think we have to recognize, obviously, some of the things that I talked about in terms of just general factors with the population. But there are, just as a general sense, it's anybody who has a vulnerability. And there are so many things, because what exploiters are looking for, they're looking to exploit vulnerabilities. And so that could have to do with, maybe income status, ethnicity. It could have to do with involvement or past sexual abuse. I think there are so many factors that we may not even know about yet, because they're still so far behind on some of the research and some of the understanding for the factors that lead to this and some of the vulnerabilities that exist.
Definitely. Thank you so much for sharing. Tiffany, what can you add?
I think it's Tamika.
Tamika, go ahead.
For me, I want to touch on a big piece that I've noticed is out-of-home placement. So when we're talking about foster youth and they are not given the opportunity to remain in a foster home because they may have been deemed as not well behaved enough, right? They need the structure of a group home. And when we're dealing with kids who are new, especially new into the system, and they come into a group home or out of home placement. It could be group home, probation camp, juvenile hall. Sometimes they're exposed to things that they wouldn't have been exposed to if they were in a home with a resource caregiver or even remaining home of parent while they were accessing services for exploitation. So when you're in a group home, when you first get there, a lot of girls are naive, right? They're just trying to fit in and trying to survive. And fitting in can look like trying to be down, trying to prove that they're worthy enough to be a friend, trying to show that they've got somebody's back. And those things can lead to them being exploited, lead to them being easily influenced by other girls. That can lead to substance abuse, running away. When they're running away and they start partying because they just want to have fun and fit in. And then now they're introduced to things that they may not have been introduced to before: drugs, alcohol, hanging out with older guys, gang involvement. All those things become risk factors. And when you're in a group home, it's not the same when you're in a home with parents, because you have 6 to 9 staff all day, right? 3 different staff coming in per shift, not really maybe establishing connections with a particular staff that's there more as like a mentor or a parent for you. You have unlimited access now to cell phones and social media, right? Because it's really hard to control what youth are looking at on their cell phones. And that can lead to them being exposed to older men. That can lead to them seeing the lifestyle is now glorified, right? The culture, it's cool, it's fun, you can make a lot of money, right? So they're being misled by this fake persona they see on social media, and they don't have enough support around them, I think, sometimes to pull them back into reality and just guide them and help them to not be misled.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all that information. My next question is, what factors create and maintain an exploited youth's involvement with the juvenile justice and dependency systems? And we have 15 minutes. I'm going to start with Michelle.
Okay, so there are many different factors that can contribute to this, but something that I've seen in my practice, which is really sad for me, and it took me a long time to really accept that this was something that happened, but I had many clients who had petitions or cases filed against them for stealing. And so they were charged with theft acts. And so when I'm flipping through the police report, I'm trying to get an idea of what's going on before I talk to my client. And I see that it's alleged that they've stolen condoms, or they've stolen, sanitary stuff, napkins, tampons, whatever they need. I've seen deodorant and food, essential things. And it should, raise a lot of questions before a case is filed as to why this particular type of case is filed and why a person would have to resort to maybe allegedly taking certain things, especially condoms. So when that situation happens and a youth is arrested for theft like that, here comes the petition, here they come in the delinquency system, and now they have to go through the whole process of going through a pretrial, or, essentially me explaining if they want to take a deal or if they want to fight their case. We should never even get that far, because clearly there is an issue if someone is found taking certain things that more often than not, it's their trafficker that is telling them to take certain things. Or if they're working the street, working the blade, there are some things that they need, like let's say deodorant, for example, that they're not even getting. So that was something that was big to me. Another thing that I've seen was a case that came up where a young person was accused of assaulting somebody. And that means hitting. In this particular case, a person was charged or accused of assaulting an older gentleman. And where was this youth found? In a motel. So that older person wasn't arrested, but the minor was. And so this person came to me, it was a client of mine, and I was shocked. Because here we are, we should know that CSEC there's something happening on a deeper level. And instead of, going through the delinquency system, we should take a step back and, analyze how we could address this without resorting to now this youth having to come to court, being in front of a judge, me having to deal with a prosecutor and explain all the trauma the youth has experienced and, their whole life's history. So those are just some examples of factors that can help a youth cycle in and out of the delinquency system.
Thank you so much for sharing all of that. Betty?
Yeah, I agree completely with Michelle. The system tends to be very punitive, and often does not look into the reason for the youth's action or behavior. Instead, the system tends to penalize them for the behavior. And oftentimes the youth just need or want things that the system cannot provide for them. For example, they want to do their hair or they want jobs. And so often that could lead the youth to turn to people who will use that to their advantage. So I think we need more consistency across courtrooms with how youths are supported. They don't come to be chastised or criminalized. We are not really reacting in a way that makes the youth feel safe. If they cannot come to us, who can they go to?
Definitely. I see a trend about behavior being communication, and I think that's so important to know. Tiffany, you're next.
I would definitely add on the dependency side. Unfortunately, what happens on our side is once you enter the system, it's really hard to get out. So it's not even a matter of just cycling through. It's like once you're there, you're kind of stuck, especially if you are a youth who does not have a safe home to return to. We typically see two different types of families and youth that we work with: youth who are home with parent or with a guardian, and then youth who are in some type of out-of-home care. And I would go back to what Tamika was saying earlier. You know, when you have youth that are in different types of placements, they are half the time running away just to get out of the placement because the placement is a miserable place for them to be. You know, I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with youth since 2016 about all the things happening in placement, the things they're not getting, how the staff is talking to them and treating them, how they're having conflicts with other youth, and they need to get away. Maybe their coping skill is to walk away, but they're not allowed to walk away, so they leave. Now they have, you know, went away from care, or AWOL as we used to call it, and now they're back in the streets. And at some point they're going to reach back out to who they know, and that may be their connections to life. And so I think a lot of times what we're seeing on the dependency side is we are not parents. That was never the goal of child welfare. We cannot actually parent anyone because it's a system, but we are being asked to provide a parent or home-like environment when we don't have the capacity, we don't have the skills, and we're just simply not that. And there may be those of us who really love and care about these youth, but we can't be there every minute the way a parent would. And so we're kind of asking a lot of them to fend for themselves. And when you're dealing with dependency and you start dealing with the more complicated issues of wanting to return home and maybe not being able to, dealing with parents and family members, and then sometimes ending up becoming a non-minor dependent and dealing with the courts between 18 and 21. I mean, we have youth that have been in the system for 10 plus years sometimes, you know, and all they know is the system, and the system has never provided them with the safety they needed. It's never provided them with the love that they needed. And a lot of our youth have never been exploited until they entered the system. Yet we are expecting them to follow the rules and do what they're supposed to do and do what they're told. And that's just unrealistic. So I think at least on our side, we are asking our youth to do something that we have not given them the skills and the support to actually be able to do successfully. And then we're surprised when we have increasing numbers every year of youth being exploited.
Thank you, Tiffany. Gina?
Yeah, everyone did a really thorough job of explaining the basic needs and how just the lack of love, support, even just access to deodorant, if they're in foster care, or even if they're living in poverty. I see a lot of that contributing to the involvement in the criminal justice system. The other thing that I think is really important to pay attention to, or I know we see a lot, is there's the incredible trauma bonding with the trafficker. A lot of times they're committing crimes that rise to a much more serious level. I know that recently I do a lot of the assessments when we get referrals to Star Court, and our young ladies are involved in, you know, quote unquote robbing Johns, but it can result in a lot of injury to the person they're stealing from, including death. So we're seeing more murder, attempted murder, And those crimes, I don't know a way to not have the young person system involved with probation when something like that occurs. But one thing that we're striving to do better is treating the trauma that crime itself is going to create for that young person. And we're working on figuring out a more complete treatment, because there's just so much to pay attention to, so that our young people aren't ending up in the adult system. And so it's just about getting the right fit, the right intervention, and the trauma that led it up to that, and then also what's going to pull them back, because they're oftentimes incredibly loyal and bonded, and in their mind in love with their boyfriend that's not their trafficker. So and that feeds the cycle quite a bit.
Thanks, Gina.
And just to add in, and like Tiffany said, that we're not able to be parents either. Probation can kind of mimic a parent a little better, because historically we've had this disciplinary arm, which we really don't at this point. But they're looking to fill that in. And so one thing that we're all striving for is to find, if we're not able to reunify with a healthy family, is to find an actual support system that's going to be sustaining past our systems. Again, to prevent the feeding into the adult system.
Thanks, Gina. Imara?
Hello. So some of the things that brought me and kept me to the juvenile justice system was being in these group homes, being really young and acting out. And you acting out, you having fun with your friends, and then here comes the cops out of nowhere because staff said you said something, or you threatened someone, and you're getting these tickets. And they see that that's the way they're gonna get to you. And that's what happened to me a lot of times. I kept like acting out in group homes, and they kept calling the cops on me, and I kept getting these tickets and kept running from them. And one day I got that court date and I entered probation, and my social worker always told me, like, you keep doing these stuff, then once probation gets you, then we're not going to have any say so. And that's exactly what happened. Family kept me involved in the system and the juvenile justice system, because I knew that I was never going to be able to go back. I knew I couldn't go home. So I knew I was going to have to stay in the system and try to figure it out. And a lot of times I ran. A lot of time I knew that I'm young. It's going to take time. I'm going to sit here. I'm like 13, 14. And I didn't want to spend a lot of time in foster homes or group homes. That was scary to me. So I just kept running, and that kept ending me up in jail or like back with my worker. A lot of times, like, staff are trigger warnings in group homes, and they be the reason sometimes you're like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. And they cause a lot of, damaging behaviors inside of the group homes, because the staff control everything, like, and they, yeah. And another thing was my trafficker. I got involved with him when I was 12 years old. No one ever went after him. I always told people who he was and why I can't get right in these places and how I want to do better. But it took all the way up until I was 18 for me to put my trafficker. He's still not in jail. I got my first restraining order at 18. I feel like if my social worker or the systems that I was in paid more attention to why I kept running and not getting the help and services, and just going after my trafficker for me or with me, that would have probably helped me get out of the system maybe quicker. But yeah, my trafficker was able to manipulate me all the way up until I was 18, 19 years old. And until I went to court and got my first restraining order on him. A lot of times it's just like not having anything going on in your life. You feel like if I sit here, my life is going to pass me by. You get bored and you start getting in trouble. You start finding other things to fill these voids, and that's when, girls don't try to get this therapy or try to get that support. They just keep running from it until they realize, hey, I have kids, or hey, I have this disease I can't get rid of. Like, let me try to get help, So, a lot of times it'd be not having that support in the group homes and having people to teach you the things that you need to be taught. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Imara. I was totally snapping my fingers. You just couldn't hear it because I was on mute. But these are really insightful points. What you said about sometimes staff can be triggers, I think that's a really important message for our attendees. I'm going to move on to the next question, which we have a few minutes for. So systematic racism can lead to disproportionate involvement into these systems and commercial sexual exploitation for our BIPOC youth. What can explain this disproportionality? So we'll start with Tiffany.
Thank you. I appreciate Amber's PowerPoint earlier because she gave some statistics, and I think it's really important to go back to that. It was, 71% of youth when they started taking these stats were identified as African-American or Black females. If you know anything about LA County and what our statistics are like, and I say our because I'm a part of that population as well, and I think that's really important to acknowledge at the onset, we are a really small number here. I know at one point it used to be around 10%. I don't know if it's less or more, but let's just assume we're at a 10%. You know, the fact that Black girls represent 70% of the youth that are being trafficked is a crisis. That is a problem. And for years, it has been allowed to go on. And it was no big deal because the assumption was, oh, they want to be there. Oh, that's just how they are. Oh, they're fast. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're that. And I mean, you could list a number of stereotypes about Black women and Black girls who are, and I'm sure Tamika will probably get into adultification in a bit, Black girls do not have the privilege or the benefit of being seen as kids. We just don't have it. You know, from the time you begin to develop, from the time you begin to speak, you are already viewed as being older, as more developed, as more mature. And so men use that and they prey on that. And it makes Black girls easier victims for the simple fact that the world does not see them as worthy of protection. There's a reason why there are so many hashtags and things trying to empower Black girls, because our population specifically has historically, since slavery, not been viewed as protection, but we have been viewed as breeders. We have been viewed as people that will raise your children for you, that will clean your homes for you, but are not worthy of love and protection. And I think that's really clear when you look at how many of our girls are being trafficked. It's not a coincidence. And I would say that the most jarring thing about entering this work in 2015 was seeing how many of the girls look like me. And it was heartbreaking. And it was one of those things where you kind of say, wow, I would love to work with, and for me personally, I've always wanted to work with Black girls because that's how I identify. That is a population that is really near and dear to me. But why did it have to be trafficking? Why was that the only space that we are the majority and we're so disproportionate? And it's something that within CLC, but especially within our CSEC team, we have really struggled over because we know how unfair it is. We see how they're treated. We see how they're spoken to. They're viewed as aggressive. There's so many things that come with it. And yet they're still the primary population that's being trafficked. And I think the question has to always be why. It should make people uncomfortable. It should make you wonder, why is this happening to this one population of girls? And what can we do to stop it? Why is it so normalized in our culture? And then you start looking at, okay, on the flip side, who are the traffickers? If those are primarily Black men, then what is that also saying about the community and why we are both at risk of being a part of this system? Obviously, it's a very complicated conversation, but one that we really need to keep having, because the answer can't be we save our girls and criminalize all of our boys. That can't be it, because that's our brothers. Those are our uncles, our cousins, our fathers. They're a part of our community as well. And we have to work on appropriate systems and processes to address both sides of the coin. Because if we're only focusing on the survivor and we're never focusing on the perpetrator, perpetrators will just find new people to victimize. That will continue. And our girls cannot run fast enough to get away from that. So I think we have to really look at it holistically and have the really uncomfortable conversations of who are the victimizers, who is being victimized, why is it these same groups of people, and what does that say about our larger community and the racism that we clearly have always, known is there. But I think a lot of people in the last year or two have really had a bit of an awakening, if you didn't already know how bad things are for so many people. And what do things like George Floyd dying. What does that say about this system? Because it's all related. It's all part of the same conversation. And I hope that, you know, as difficult as the last year and a half have been for the world, that they also recognize that for the Black population, and especially for Black girls, this has been a conversation and it's been a struggle and something that they've had to deal with long before it was popular or it was a hashtag, and that we continue to push through those really uncomfortable conversations, because if it's not clear, Black girls are worthy of being protected, they're worthy of being loved and honored, and that is not happening, which is why we see so many of them being exploited and no one understanding why that's a problem.
Definitely big picture thinking. Amber, you're next.
Just to piggyback and illustrate some of the things that Tiffany was saying, I remember being in court supporting a kid who was testifying against her trafficker, and the kid was talking about this trafficker, and his dad had turned him out when he was 17 to basically become a pimp. And so I have seen in the work, so we do a parent empowerment program. So we support the parents whose children have been exploited, and sort of back to the question about the risk factors, we really have to look at some of the generational trauma. And again, to Tiffany's point, you know, we have in this country faced generations of this. And only now, if we're starting to recognize this as a problem, we have to start to heal the generations. And so one of the things that we could talk about is really addressing some of the generational trauma. And I know that that sounds like a big ask, but we could all be amazing at our jobs, and we could all be amazing at supporting these kids. But if we're sort of you know, hoping and reunifying them with families who have not necessarily sorted out their trauma and healed from that, the cycles are going to continue inevitably. And so we have to make sure that we are finding the best approaches and supporting kids to, you know, even encourage their families to be able to heal from some of this stuff. And so I think, you know, just in what we have seen, it's really addressing some of the generational cycles and really making sure too that, like, as you know, a woman who obviously has grown a lot more aware in the last year of my own privilege, we used to talk about people using their privilege well. And so really recognizing how important it is to stand in that gap. So what can I do to advocate for my friends, and recognize like how it is for my friends who actually have to walk out of the store with their receipt in their hand because of the way that they look, and how, you know, hard that can be for some of our kids who are just experiencing some of this on the daily, that, you know, we need to be aware of that as well, and just make sure that we are not continuing or perpetuating this even unknowingly, that we're making sure that as professionals, we're acknowledging some of these little subtle ways that kids are continuing to be victimized even by our culture in the way that they're seen.
Thank you so much, Amber. Gina?
Just to add to some of the contributing systemic factors that play in, you know, education's a really big part, and our young people of color they're more likely to be disciplined where their white counterparts wouldn't be. So they're going to be punished, expelled from school. I know that we've been working with our attorneys to really advocate for our young people in school more, but this feeds into that vulnerability. If their time is not, you know, if they're not safe in school and bettering themselves and educating and helping change that cycle in the first place, they're more vulnerable, unsupervised, approach on social media, and again, what Tiffany said, not protected in the first place. The resources aren't there. And it really has to start, in my opinion, in my experience, much earlier. We need way more community support to back up our families to prevent this from continuing to happen at such a ridiculous, the disproportionate rate is unacceptable. There's just no other way to say it.
Thank you, Gina. Tamika, what can you add?
I'm briefly touching on adultification, but I also want to bring it back to slavery and systemic racism, and how the ideas that Black boys and girls First of all, Black boys and girls were treated like chattel. They were made slaves as young as 2 and 3 years old and still treated the same way the adults were. The expectation of work and productivity. They weren't allowed to play. They weren't allowed to have fun. They were forced to work, right? Those same ideas have been carried over into modern day where Black children are not allowed to be seen as innocent. They're not allowed to have fun. They're not even allowed to make mistakes. A Black girl within the system can make a simple mistake that can cost her her future, right? Like we've talked about getting caught with an exploiter, and now she's being charged for a crime that was a necessity for survival, but it's based upon society's view of adultification, which is perceiving girls and boys as less innocent, more defiant, fast. They should have known better. I've heard so many things by quote unquote stakeholders. I'm trying to change the language to community partners because none of us have ownership in these youth. Let's start with that. They need to learn how to have ownership over themselves. And when you talk about the system, you're having girls and boys coming in who are automatically seen as negative and bad. Imagine what that does for their self-esteem. Imagine how they view themselves. Am I ever going to be good enough? Can I stop? Can I really access the help that I need? Will these service providers even understand me? And lastly, something that Tiffany said that is at the root of it is the intergenerational trauma and us as a culture having to call one another out on the pimping, right? You're having sons, fathers, cousins, uncles who are exploiting their daughters, nieces, granddaughters, cousins, right? The fathers are absent, they're in prison. We know disproportionate rates of African-American men and women, right, are in prison. We know that our youth are taken away from their families for simple things, which other races may not lose their kids. They'll get to be in the home and get services, right? Family maintenance. Our families aren't getting the family maintenance opportunities. They're getting removed. And it's all connected to a lack of value and an automatic sense of all bad. Black is all bad. There's no grace. Where is the grace for our youth? These are still children. And I think that they're not being seen as human. And when you take away the humanity from the youth, now what are they? They're just a product that has to be moved, shuffled right along. And we've got to stop. We've got to come together as a people and get to the healing place and really, really, really tap into our own hurt and pain that has led us to, for centuries, this isn't new. Trafficking is not new within the African-American or other cultures of color or in America, but we need to shine the light on ourselves. And someone has to be brave enough to say, we need some help. We need to tackle this as a people to come together so we can stop these outcomes. We have to save ourselves at this point because the system's not here to save us. They're here to keep pushing the agenda right along, which it's not helpful. So I love that there's so many women and men of color who are now working with this population. We need to go, I want to go on a bullhorn to the Black churches, to Black other organizations, just say, we need help. And we need to be okay with saying we need help and receiving it and not getting offended because change cannot start unless it starts within us. So.
Wow, thank you. Very moving, Tamika. Definitely a very tangled web of systematic racism that has existed since their creation. So I'm going to move on to the next question here. We have about 15 minutes for it. So how can we support our young people with these circumstances? I'm going to start it off with Betty. You can unmute it. Yeah.
Yeah, so based on my experience as a CASA volunteer, being consistently there for the youth and making a solid connection as someone who the youth can rely on could be a help for the situation. Knowing that it may take them a while to open up to you, especially if they have experienced a lot of loss or letdowns. Often the youth have a lot of people in his or her life that leave or change. They may worry about sharing too much with you because they worry they might end up getting in trouble or getting locked up again, as it's happened before. It's also important, I think, to meet the youth where they are at and to take things at their pace, meet their immediate needs in terms of food and resources without judgment, have an open mind to best support them. So many young people can feel judged and be in a position that they are in, and it's not our job to judge, but to help.
Thank you, Betty. Gina?
So we really need to look at where we're providing services, who's providing the services. Is it safe for our young people to go? Are we sensitive to, is it a safe area? Is it a rival neighborhood that's unsafe for them? Is the provider, exactly like Betty said, meeting their needs? And one thing we need to do is a constant auditing of the programs that are serving our youth and getting feedback from our youth to see if they're getting what they need. A lot of times we hear from the different people serving our youth, but we're not necessarily checking in with our youth to see how they're experiencing it. Was it meeting their needs? What, it really needs to be strength driven, and we need to be constantly assessing that our kids are getting the services they need and that it's appropriate for them. A lot of times it's not necessarily going to be a match. We hear a lot of times from our kids that they have different teams that are helping them, and they're not necessarily feeling heard, or we get feedback oftentimes from our young ladies that the providers maybe not very sensitive to asking, maybe they're asking a lot of direct questions about the exploitation, almost like they feel like they're almost like on display, and it's not healthy. So we just need to do a better job of making sure we're protecting our youth, and we're listening to them, and we're seeking out the best possible interventions for them and caregivers for them. Because and when I say caregivers, I'm therapists, advocates, the whole board, and also the families. The parents need an equal support to grow with their children, so that the system can be, can achieve success and sustain. The family can be sustained.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Gina. Next, we have Tamika. Mm-hmm.
For me, it's showing them unlimited grace and unconditional love, no matter what they do, no matter how many times they run away, no matter how many times they go back to the trafficker, or they relapse, or they drop out of school. They need to know that no matter what they do, they're still cared for and they're still loved. And that just comes from, like Betty said, meeting them where they're at. Along their healing journey, it's a journey, and everyone's journey and path is not the same. And by them receiving the grace from us and the unconditional love from us as the community partners, right? They'll in turn learn how to love themselves unconditionally and to give themselves grace for when they mess up, they can get back up again. You got this, sis. Keep going. So I think it's all about uplifting their self-esteem. And then when we talk about mental health services, this is a big piece for me, because when we have kids who are in foster care, they've been in therapy for years. How many therapists have they had? 5, 8, right? Having to retell their trauma over and over and over again. We need to shift the mental health focus from the textbook. We got to get all your historical information to, where are you at right now? What are your goals for the next 6 months? Focus on where they're at, because you're making them relive their trauma. They don't trust you. They don't know you. You're number 8, So it's like, how can we get to their heart, right? To help them heal. That's what they need. They need people who are there to love on them. So when a girl runs away for the 5th time in 2 weeks, the first thing I want to hear, welcome home, queen. I'm so glad you made it back safely. That is what's going to keep them coming back and knowing that you really care. So for me, it's just love and grace.
Thank you so much. I had a mentor who told me that same sentiment too. She said, the youth that push you away, those are the ones you want to love the hardest. So thank you for adding that. I'm going to ask Amber what you can contribute.
Sure. some of the, I mean, simply put, it's every child is one caring adult away from being a success story. And I think we have to recognize the power of the one caring adult. But I think there are a lot of other bigger factors, and there's a lot of other things at play. So Tamika mentioned the mental health factor, and I think there is a huge gap. And so I've had kids who go to therapy and they'll say, you know, it's not the best connection with the therapist. They don't really understand what I've been through. And I think there's a huge gap in the training. So I was talking to somebody recently about the training that they put their like C-sex specialized therapists through, and they're like, oh, there isn't really one. And so I'm like, even the therapists are struggling to find the right training to work with this population. That's a problem. And so I think there are a lot of things that we can do, and obviously get ourselves trained, and you know, the people that are supporting the youth, make sure that they are trained. One of the things that we've done as advocates is called and said, you know, I need your best therapist working with this kid. And they're like, you know, you don't normally have somebody advocating for youth in that way. And I said, isn't that a shame? Because we need people that are advocating for like the best therapists to work with this very complex trauma. And I think that is a huge gap just systemically. And so I think obviously just beyond the training, everybody needs to understand trauma, and they need to have this sort of like trauma informed lens, and they need to recognize trauma for what it is. That, you know, when they see somebody reacting strongly to something in anger or fear or whatever else, there's likely trauma at the root of that. And so just recognizing some of those things, I think are really helpful. And then one of the things that I wanted to mention too is just this whole idea of harm reduction, because I think when we're looking at it, we're like, you know, just stop, right? And you're like, just, you know, get yourself in a safe situation. It's all going to be better. But there is a step process to that. And so just like you would have somebody who has an addiction and you're counseling them to sort of, well, if you're going to use, at least use clean needles, it's the same type of approach when you're talking about this population. So teaching them some harm reduction tactics, getting trained in some of the harm reduction frameworks, and CDSS has provided those for the state and for practitioners in the state. And then also, I want to say it's West Coast Children's Clinic has come up with some guidance as well. So I think there's a lot of things that we need to do as far as understand some of that stuff, but recognizing some of the harm reduction approaches, so that like one of the things that we'll do when we're responding to crisis calls, for example, is we'll say, okay, if we lose touch, not when you run, because that's presumptuous, you know, we don't want to do that, but we'll say, if we lose touch, you know, can we get in touch with your social media, or do you want to reach out to us on social media? So it's some of that stuff where we recognize how important it is for these kids to feel connected. And I think that is part of this whole harm reduction. Like, we recognize that these children are harmed, but what is the safest decision among these unsafe decisions that you can make, and really helping them understand some of the harms. Because I think in a lot of ways, there's not a recognition or an understanding, and some of that is the developmental piece, right? Is not understanding the risks that are involved. And so really educating the kids about some of the potential risk and getting them to think through and process through some of that. That's one of the things that we often do, or that our advocates often do, is really walking through the decision. So in therapy, we would call it rolling with resistance. So they're saying, you know, I'm going to run away. I want to meet up with my trafficker again. And so it's like, okay, let's talk about that. What does that look like? What is he likely to do when you come back to this trafficker? Like, is he going to be upset? And are you likely to be punished for running away? I mean, all these different things, like walking through some of that, even though it can be kind of scary because we don't want to, you know, be seen as encouraging it, but really helping them walk through those decisions, I think, is part of this harm reduction approach, and really, working through just some of the nuances to the situations.
Definitely. I will say that our language is super important when we approach our young people too. Imara, you're next. You're on mute.
Okay. Okay, I think it's all about building relationships. I don't think no training can prepare anyone to deal with the CSEC community. I think it's all about your heart and your mindset going in. I shot down a lot of supportive women in my life today. And I did it because I think that's what you do when you know something's good is happening. You know, you run from it. But all like my support system, if I didn't have the support that I had, I probably wouldn't even like be in the situation I'm in today, because those women, they knew me, they supported me, they came to those group home meetings, those MVTs, and it was like, this is Imara, we know Imara, this is her, you know. So that helped me in those situations. Like a lot of these women are here today that are still in my life, and I love them for that. I think a lot of times the group homes they have a lot of programs to help you work a job or help you, you know, but they don't help you reach your full potential. Like I remember being in group homes, I was doing a girl's hair, you know what I mean, for money, or you know, I wanted to get my cosmetology license. Like I feel like if they put more into me and what I wanted to do and my goals, that would have like made me understand like, hey, like they really are here for me. They're really like here to support me. I could have a cosmetology license. I mean, I could have a driver's license, but I ended up with 2 kids, you know what I mean? Which are my reasons for living, reasons for doing great, reasons for trying to be the best person I am. I think that there should be programs in place to teach us how to love ourselves, how to value ourselves as young women. I think there should be more, you know, programs for us, you know, like I can't even name them right now, but like girls want to do so much, you know what I mean? And boredom, it comes with so much time to do BS. And that's a lot of times that happens. So yeah, like just having those supportive and loving people. I mean, I can't stress enough, the people you put these girls around, I mean, they're either going to join them or run from them, you know, and are they learn from them. They need those role models, the people they can look up to. I mean, I don't know where I would be at without those people. Like, I don't know, those late night phone calls, they come into the foster home, they come into the group home, they finna talk to the lady for you, they finna make sure your placement, they did the most. They did the most. And I don't think training was involved. I think that was just them. They rooted for me. They still root for me. And that right there, that lets you know, like, hey, I don't need a trafficker. I don't need a family. My family's here. You know what I mean? Because actions speak louder than words sometimes. And yeah.
No, thank you. Having someone in your corner and knowing that they're there, that's so important. We're running really well on time, so I don't know if Tiffany or Michelle, if you want to add anything to this.
I think I couldn't have said it better than anybody else who's already spoken.
I will just add, it's always hard going after that. But, you know, I also want to say that I think it's a privilege to support youth like Imara. You know, we are hearing it from her perspective of, oh, I wouldn't be here if not for these people. But as someone who has had the privilege of supporting her, you know, I do want to say that on our side, it's not about a paycheck. It's not about, like you said, a training, because you're right, training could not have prepared us for, you know, what we've done over the last 5 years. It couldn't have, but it was really connecting with her and with so many other youth that we have worked with. And I just want to say that on the flip side, we get so much from it as well. You know, being able to watch and observe and, you know, being able to sit on panels with youth that we've worked with is just, it's a privilege. You know, it's a blessing to see us on a panel with Imara, because we know where she's come from and we know how successful she is right now. And so many of us, like she said, on this call have seen that growth, and there is something really special, and it's a real honor for us to be able to do that, because at the end of the day, it's not about the panels. It's not about these meetings or conferences or trainings that we go to, but it's knowing that we are fulfilling this really great purpose of being a support for somebody who deserves it. So I just wanted to kind of add that, because I think it really is meaningful to a lot of us that are engaged in this work as well.
Definitely. I will say to Tiffany, it reminds me that youth are really good at detecting lies, and when you're too busy to listen. So yeah, I definitely think that's a very important point. I'm going to move on to the next question. So what special populations exist for young people at this intersection? And I'm going to start actually with you, Tiffany.
So this is the hard one, right? So I think coming into this work, you think, oh, working with CSEC youth is going to be the hardest part. For us, at least at CLC as Minors Council, what we found was actually the most challenging and complicated part was working with our expectant and parenting youth. Because now you're dealing with youth who, I think like Amara said so well, you know, they're having children who are their reasons for existing. Children save so many of our girls' lives because it gives them something to not only focus on, but a chance to do things over, a chance to right the wrongs and generational curses in their lives and in their families. And then you have to deal with the system still. So over half of the youth that have children in the foster care system will have DCFS involvement in their children's lives. And it is the most devastating thing I think I have experienced in this work is to watch my girls that I represent have their children detained. There is literally nothing worse than that. And to walk them through that process is traumatizing for everybody. It's not just traumatizing for the youth, but for everyone who touches that youth's life, because you see them fighting with everything they have. And they're fighting against an entire system as a kid in the system that failed them. So you have so many different layers of it. A lot of times CSEC is not even the issue anymore because now you're dealing with them as a mother, them as a young woman, them trying to just fight for the opportunity and the right to parent their child. They're not saying I'm perfect, I know everything. They're saying, please help me. I know this is going to be hard. A lot of times, most of the time, they're in some type of placement or group home, you know, and I say group home specifically because I know that we've moved to STRTPs, but for most of the youth that I have represented, it was still a group home. And we have to be really honest about what that meant, you know, and a lot of things that Amara spoke to, these are the circumstances our kids are being asked to raise children in. And it's chaotic and it's unsafe and it's unsupportive. And yet we hold them to an even higher standard than we hold adults to be perfect, to not co-sleep, to not do this, to not do that. And it's like, how are they supposed to even breathe? As, you know, a newer mother myself, it's hard. It's hard. And I have such an appreciation for what our youth have had to go through to even just be decent parents under the scrutiny of an entire child welfare system. And we all know LA County has one of the biggest ones in the country. And so you're expecting a 16-year-old to fight to keep their kid against an entire system set out against them and having an inherent assumption that they cannot parent effectively or safely. And then you add on their history, which will be thrown in. You know, yes, they have left placement X amount of times. Yes, they have this delinquency case. Yes, they have this. Yes, they have these mental health issues, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the list goes on and on and on. And we are asked as Minors Council to fight for them and advocate for them and give them a voice as their lawyers in a really complicated way because it goes against even our positions as Minors Council. We become parent attorneys. And so it's this really, really tough spot to be in. But I say all that to say, because I think of the populations, the special ones that I have worked with within the CSEC population, and there's so many really awesome ones. I think that has been the one that has kept me up at night and that has really pushed me to my brink, because I understand that allowing for a baby to stay with their mom, who is my client, can erase the cycle of DCFS involvement in this family forever. We have the ability with one client to stop a generational curse of system involvement for the rest of their lives and for their grandchildren's lives. And so I take it as a really high order and a really serious responsibility. And again, it's for me personally, and for a lot of, you know, my teammates at CLC, it's been one of the hardest parts of our job, but also the most rewarding, because there's nothing better than seeing your client successfully and lovingly parent their children. And I mean, we have some amazing parents that we work with, you know, they are just, you're almost wondering, how did you learn how to do this? Because no one taught you, no one showed you. And yet the love and the care and protection that our girls give their children is I mean, it's hard to even explain, you know, how they know, but they just know to do it the way that they would have wanted it done for them. And sometimes that's all that they need. So again, I know there's a lot of different populations within CSEC youth that we work with, but I think for me personally, that is the population that has stuck out the most for me and has really impacted and shifted me the most in my advocacy and in really just kind of staying engaged and being a fighter and really fighting on their behalf in a way that I know a lot of times they can't do for themselves.
Well, thank you for doing that, Tiffany. I know our young people appreciate you. Michelle?
Yeah, I wanted to briefly piggyback off of what Tiffany said when it comes to our expecting clients, our expecting youth. Another aspect that I'm seeing that has come up a lot more frequently, because a lot of my clients currently are pregnant or have recently given birth. I began my introduction by saying that I know that human trafficking is a public health crisis, but within that we have the Black maternal public health crisis. Like there is it's a thing. It's gotten worse. And so I say that because when I have my pregnant youth, and all of them are Black, and they're pregnant, they're going to the doctors, what I'm seeing is that they're re-triggered. Like things are happening to their bodies without any type of informed consent happening, without any type of information given by whomever, you know, looked at them for a prenatal visit, which when they get to me and I ask them, hey, how was your appointment? It's just, they regurgitate and they tell me all these things that happen and how they feel like they, again, have no control over their body. And I'm also a practicing doula, AKA a birth assistant. So I try to do everything I can, like before an appointment, after an appointment, to say, hey, this is likely what's going to happen. If you feel okay, here are some questions you should ask. Did this person ask you what was going on? Did this person, before they examined you, did they tell you what was going on? Did you feel okay with it? Do you need to have someone in the room who you feel like would be a support person that you trust? Okay. Because a lot of times that doesn't happen. And so when it comes to even them in labor or giving birth, again, like I had, for an example, a client who had a C-section, and she did not realize that so much trauma by having her body cut open and into would just unleash so much pain that she didn't even recognize before. So that is something that, you know, has been a very unique experience for me, because it's something that I know we need to address better as well. Fortunately, in Star Court, we have an amazing public health nurse, Nurse Tanya, who does an amazing job talking to our youth. And she's just so kind, she's sweet, she's perfect, she's wonderful. But we need more people like her, and we need more people who are there to support our youth as they're going through their own pregnancy, their labor experiences, so that they come out safe and so that they come out knowledgeable and feel more powerful, because it's a huge gift and a huge moment for them. But a lot of the times the event is ruined when things happen to them that reminds them of when other people took advantage of their bodies. So that was one thing about pregnancy. Another population that I am working with too, in terms of my clients, are trans youth. And that has presented a whole other set of issues too, because, you know, our youth, you know, as they have their identity expressions, there are a lot of people who are shutting them down, who are, you know, criticizing them. And not only do they have to deal with the stress and anxiety, the pressures, the trauma of being CSEC, but now there's yet another label that's being placed on their shoulders. For example, parents. Like there is one parent that I'm constantly battling because this parent does not want to acknowledge that their son is who he wants to be, you know? And so when it comes to hormone therapy or any type of other medical, you know, appointments that my client has, I'm the buffer for him. And I'm the one that has to kind of just be like, look, like, you know, he feels a certain way. He wants to, you know, he is presenting himself to the world as this. Let's support this person. Much like how we need to support our CSEC youth, right? And, you know, give them whatever resources and support that they need to know that they are safe, that they are loved, that they are cared for. And it doesn't stop at just being, you know, a certain gender, ethnicity, race, anything. It's everybody is deserving of love, kindness, affection, everything. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Michelle. Next is Amber.
Sure. You know, echoing what Tiffany said, I definitely think the pregnant and parenting youth, it's so impactful to just work with them and support them. And same with some of the trans youth. I mean, I really think there are so many challenges in terms of care facilities that are appropriate for them, if that's a need, and even, you know, some of the families who are supporting or not their transition. One of the populations that we have worked with, and it's only about 5% of the population that we work with, and that's boys. And I think in looking at why that is, I don't necessarily think that they are being exploited less. I think they are under-identified. I think law enforcement does not necessarily recognize it. We've had several law enforcement officers that talk about, you know, if they're passing a male in the street, they're not automatically going to think about, oh, they're probably being exploited, even if there are some other signs and you know, visuals that they might see. They're not queued up to really recognize that boys are being exploited. But we have worked with several male clients, and I do think that there are unique challenges to that. But obviously, like the approach is the same. But I do think that the cultural aspect is very different. And I think some of that is that shame is viewed very differently for male populations, where, you know, even talking about it is a challenge. So there's an organization called Male Survivor. And I definitely think if you look at the statistics of young males who have experienced early childhood sexual abuse, I definitely think those are the exact same risk factors that there are for females. And so there are absolutely a lot of males who are being exploited. I think one of the challenges with that is identifying the exploiter, because a lot of times they would be seen as sort of like, they would call it, and I don't even know if this is the appropriate term, but they would call it sort of like self-exploiting, where they would have more of like a black book, and they would have just like regular buyers essentially. And so some of those things are challenging to identify, and then for people to understand, and then to support in that way, because you're looking at, you know, harm reduction in a very different way. Again, a lot of the same risk factors and a lot of the same approaches. But I think with males, there are a lot of challenges with that. And I think, you know, in general, when you're looking at this population, and I just want to touch briefly on some of the language, because when we talk about, you know, like you mentioned previously, like the label of CSEC, obviously we want to move away from that and talk about the impact. So we talk about children who are impacted by exploitation, and not obviously labeling them, but really if we say that they've been impacted by exploitation, it talks about what they are impacted by. And so I think when we frame it that way, I think we are more likely to find care facilities and families that are willing to work with some of the challenges that come with their experiences. But I think that's overall one of the big challenges with this population.
Definitely. Wow. Thank you so much, Amber, and all the other panelists. I wanted to ask actually a follow-up about undocumented youth and their particular risk factors, as well as like the circumstances once they do become involved.
If I could jump in on that one briefly, thank you for bringing that up. You know, it's been a really interesting process. We have always had undocumented youth on our caseload, but it's a small population. And I think like with any small minority population, it's easy to kind of overlook it and miss a lot of really significant issues. And I'm gonna shout out a couple members on my team, our attorney Friana and case manager Patty, because they've really been doing some amazing work right now in working with these youth and identifying a lot of biases that are being shown against undocumented youth. One thing that, you know, they have been really great at educating us in is that a lot of times our youth are very quiet and they're not going to push back against the system because they're not trying to be forced to leave. You know, they have a whole different level of fear just based on their status and their immigration status. And obviously we know how this country has treated that population, which is not so great. But what ends up happening is their needs get overlooked. Their needs are not acknowledged. And we unfortunately have seen situations where the language used towards them, the way that they're spoken to, it is honestly very discriminatory sometimes and really shows a lack of understanding, a lack of training, and a lack of empathy for what these specific youth are dealing with. And again, I think because they're a little quieter a lot of the times. They may have language barriers. A lot of them may not have English as a first language. Most of them don't. And so that's already gonna eliminate a lot of their comfort with communicating. If they don't have an attorney or a case manager who speaks Spanish, then they're gonna have to have someone translate for them. And we all know that that's already gonna shift their level of comfort and even expressing how they're feeling. So, I by no means am an expert, but I will say that this is definitely a growing population within our caseload that we have seen over the last several years, and one that we luckily have some great people on our team who are really trying to support these youth as people who have either worked with immigration in the past or are from the same communities. And we're hoping that we can continue to advocate for their needs as well, because they are differently situated. And I think that we'd be foolish to not think that what's happening in the country is not having a very direct effect on them, on their exploitation, and on their ability to, find ways to advocate for themselves when they're not always being given that opportunity to.
Michelle or Amber, do you want to comment at all on our undocumented youth? Well, thank you.
Said it best.
Thanks. So I'm going to move on to our next question here. So what efforts currently exist in LA County to support our young people's needs? And we have about 15 minutes for the question. I'm going to start with Tamika.
Well, currently at Zoe International, as well as Saving Innocence, we do the FRP, First Responder and Advocacy Program. And how youth are referred to that program is either by their probation officer or their county social worker, or if there's a referral made to open up a case on the family, they can be referred for those services. And what that looks like is when a youth is picked up by the police in like an emergency situation or a undercover operation, they can reach out to the FRP and whoever's service area it is, either Zoe or Saving Innocence. We will respond to the call, and we have to be out there in 90 minutes to provide support, up to 72 hours of crisis support to stabilize the youth. And then we provide advocacy for 9 months to 12 months. And how that works is we have advocates, amazing advocates. We have survivor advocates and we have regular advocates that meet with the youth on a weekly basis, help them to develop their advocacy case plan, which truly is client-led and focuses on what they want to focus on at that time. What are their goals? Where do you see yourself in 6 months to a year? So advocacy services look like that. We do events with the girls. We have the parent empowerment group as well. We our amazing FRP program coordinator or project manager, Esther, and our amazing parent partner, Miss Sylvia, they run this group, and it consists of mothers and fathers. And I just would love if more parents would find out about that group so that they can really understand what their children are going through, because Miss Sylvia's daughter is a survivor. So that's how she has the experience to help the parents, because she went through it with her daughter and she came out on the other side. So she's just an amazing voice of encouragement and strength for our parents to listen to and to learn from. And we have fathers in that group. And I just heard it's just so amazing, the breakthroughs that they have during those programs. And now it's being offered in Spanish as well. I also think it would be good, I don't know if we have this, but I've wanted always for there to be a support group for CSEC girls to just come to on their own. And for foster kids in general, where is the space for them to come to and just say, I'm mad at my mom because she didn't get me back. I'm mad at my social worker. I'm mad at my probation officer, for them to vent and for their voices to be heard amongst other survivors, because sometimes individual therapy just isn't the approach. Groups really, really work, and we need more mental health groups and more life skill opportunity groups for the girls to come to and to just develop so they can be independent and truly be free, learn how to trade, financial freedom. So I think we need more survivors in this movement. We have a lot of survivor support, but we need more, and because youth can relate to who's been through what they've been through more. So that's what we're doing at Zoe, just pushing our advocacy program. And we're really seeing changes. We had our graduation recently of some of our girls who started with us when the program first started. And it was just so amazing to see their progress and their growth, and they're transitioning very, very well.
Wow, that sounds like an amazing program to me. Thank you for sharing that resource. Next is Amber.
Yeah, so we are the other advocacy organization that supports this population. And we actually do have one of the support groups. So we call it Growth Group. It's facilitated by a clinician and a survivor, and really just provides some of that opportunity for kids to grow. And so we have a couple other programs that support the population as well. We have the Survivor Leadership Academy for Youth, and that is really some of the life skills building and really introducing them to other survivor leaders in the community and other professionals in the community to help them grow. We are a part of the First Responder Protocol, so we cover basically like 4 of the 6 areas of LA. So we are responding within 90 minutes to the crisis calls that come in from law enforcement and DCFS. And that's our opportunity right then to build that connection and build that rapport. And I really credit, LA County for recognizing the need for advocacy back in the day, back in 2014 when this has started, because, in every other sector, there's not necessarily this level of collaboration and cooperation and community. And I really think that it's so unique because even though, the kids may never know how much goes on behind the scenes, the level of collaboration that happens to make sure that these kids have what they need is immense. And there's a lot of work that goes on between the advocacy organizations, DCFS, probation, the courts. We have our multidisciplinary team meetings regularly. And yeah, like all of these things that come together to really make sure that we are, supporting these kids from sort of beginning to launching them till they transition. One of the unique things that is very recent that just launched is the Victim Witness Testimony Protocol. Now, obviously, we've been supporting kids who have been testifying against their traffickers for ages, but now we actually have a protocol in place. And so what that looks like is us, as soon as we know that a subpoena is coming, we make sure that we're all on the same page about who's going to notify the youth that they are being asked to testify, who's going to be there on the day of, who's going to be there, making sure that they have the support, in the courtroom, and then afterwards, like what is the plan? And then making sure that the kids are safe, making sure that they have just all the different aspects that we've talked about. If there are any safety concerns or any professionals that are supporting the youth in the ways that they could debrief something like testifying against a trafficker, which is obviously one of the most challenging things that a young person would have to face. So those are just some of the things that are in place right now. And again, credit to all of these professionals for all working together and figuring out the best ways to support kids, because this doesn't happen everywhere. And if you worked with other populations, like this is so unique in the way that we're all sort of in this community together to make sure that these kids are supported.
Thanks, Amber. Definitely exciting to learn about these type of resources and opportunities for our young people. Gina, you're next.
Well, a lot of it was hit, but it's we've got Girls Care. DCFS has their CSEC unit. Probation has their CSEC team, which I'm a part of, which has been my most rewarding unit I've ever worked with. It's just an amazing group of women, and the collaboration between DCFS, Zoe, Saving Innocence, it's fantastic. We also have, we mentioned our public health nurse, Tanya. We have an amazing DMH partner in Carmen Condon, and she's just like a one-woman show. She works with our kids, whether they're in care, they're emancipated, DCFS, probation. She does a fantastic job of really understanding what mental health needs they have, and then an amazing resource in terms of an appropriate, accessible resource in their communities. And she's if we could clone her, we would be in an amazing we would have even more success. I just can't speak highly enough about her. She's amazing, but it's just the team is what I think makes a difference compared to any other assignment I've ever had. It's a lot of behind the scenes, and it's a lot of, like Amber said, and I don't know that, I know that kids don't necessarily know it, but I feel like they feel it on some level, because they call one person and all of a sudden a lot of people are mobilized to help them. So that's probably in a nutshell, I'll just say the collaboration is amongst all the different programs, and the communication is crucial. And it doesn't always happen. And that's when we do run into problems. But I think it's a work in progress, but it's the most successful collaboration I've ever been a part of. So I'll just put it that way.
Thanks, Gina. Michelle?
Gina is absolutely right. I have never before in my life have ever been in a situation where I have worked so collaboratively with so many wonderful people. We all have our different roles to play. We all have our different, objectives, but the bottom line is we care about our youth. And to be able to have the privilege of being in Star Court, I've been there for almost 3 years now, but every Wednesday we meet for our MDTs. And to just sit there, now it's virtual, but just to see and hear what everybody's talking about, there's that mutual understanding. It's just, and that mutual respect. The youth, although they won't tell me this until after they're off of probation, love their POs because they're all amazing and they're also approachable. So we are in constant communication. Our representative from LACO, the Los Angeles County Office of Education, who helps with school, Ms. Keisha Wood, like she's phenomenal. So there are so many different branches and organizations that come together for the benefit of our CSEC youth in Star Court. And I wish I could clone that concept and put that in every single juvenile delinquency court, because if we did have that, things would be a whole lot different. And again, this is coming from a perspective of having been in other juvenile delinquency courts in front of different judges, and courts don't work that way. Like it runs very different in Star Court. And so I'm very grateful for the opportunity to work with so many amazing people and to have been able to do so for this long. And, I don't even think we ever clash like that. Like it's never that, but we all have our own way of explaining our viewpoints, and we always come to some sort of agreement, and we produce that to Judge Pratt. And at the end of the day, it's all to benefit our youth, and they know it and they feel it. And so again, I can't tell you how many times I've heard a youth say, I'm scared I'm losing my PO. I'm scared of losing Carmen. I'm scared of this. I'm scared of this. And it's just, I think, a testament to all of the great work that has been done and is continuing to be done in Star Court, and the power of just working collectively as a unit for the benefit of our youth.
Nice. I wish that all of your peers were here to hear you talking them up like this. Betty?
Yeah, I think also CASA is a really good organization to help these youth. So CASA accepts referral for young people who are system involved and are being exploited. It's also one really good avenue for the community to get involved. So as a CASA advocate, you work with youth one-on-one. And I basically can attend the CFTs, the teacher conference meetings. I can go to both courts and work to support workers in both settings, and also advocate for resources for the youth. Also, I can spot a gap or a disconnect between both sides if there was one, and we also often collaborate with other organizations like Saving Innocence and Zoe International. So,
Michelle, can I say one other thing? That's okay. Mm-hmm. So one thing that I believe Amber brought up was the testifying. That's a huge part of what we do in Star Court, and not just those who are in Star Court, because people can get their subpoenas whether or not they're in Star Court or not, but that I think is one of the best testaments of how we work as a unit in Star Court to try to surround and support our youth when they have to go through the horrible experience of going to court, being in front of a different judge who does not see them as a youth, who does not understand what CSEC is, who doesn't understand their trauma. as well as to see, you know, the defendant or the trafficker like right in court. That's very, very traumatic. But what we do is that we work as a unit to say, okay, as Amber said, who is going to be the person to tell the youth about this? And it's my job to go to the youth before they have to testify and show them the police report, talk to them about what's going on, explain where they sit, what's going to happen, who's going to ask them questions. But I could never do that by myself. It takes the village to help this process go as smoothly as and effectively as possible, because more often than not, after our youth testify, you see it. Like there's a lot of breakdowns, a lot of things happen, a lot of old memories that are brought to the surface, and we are left as a unit to help pick up the pieces. And so again, I think that's just a testament to the work we do collectively. And I think if we continue to do that, even on a bigger level, I think that we could hope to see, you know, the change we want to see in this, and hopefully make this horrible process as okay and a little bit better for our youth. So I wanted to add that.
Definitely worth adding. So thank you, Michelle. Tiffany, we're going to close out this question with you.
Yes, I will just very briefly talk about the Dream Court. That is the child welfare's answer to the problem. As we all know, Star Court started in 2012, and we are so grateful for that because Judge Pratt and all of the original people on that team really set a framework for us. I can say that definitely the child welfare side was a little late to the party, and that is not something that I think we should be proud of. But, you know, when we did join, we joined 100%. And starting off as the attorney in the Dream Court in 2016, we commonly said that we were flying a plane as we built it. And it felt like that for a really long time. And it was not an easy process. It was a very hard learning curve a lot of times, but you're right, there's no way we could have done it ourselves. And those MDTs that have been referred to were invaluable. And I agree with Michelle 1,000%. If the rest of the Edelman Children's Court operated the way that the Dream Court would, we would not have as many kids in care. We would not have as many kids out of home. We would not have half of the issues that we have. And having that ability and a space to sit around with all of the other, you know, community members who care about these kids to discuss the issues, try to help case plan, try to figure out what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, what issues do we need to resolve before we ever make our way in court was a huge part of us being more successful by the time we made it to court. You know, if we had issues, we need to figure it out ahead of time before we got in front of the youth, because obviously it's not helpful if you have 3 people telling a youth 3 different things. That's just not a good model to provide to them if the adults can't get it together. And, you know, we are kind of opposite to DCFS a lot of the time. Like as minors counsel, we are not always on the same side, and it is inherent in our roles to fight in court. And this has given us the opportunity to really build amazing relationships with some of the best social workers I've ever met. You know, there are some workers and supervisors, I mean, so many to name, who I have seen literally go to the ends of the earth for our kids. And the work that they have done, they, you know, if no one has ever told them, we try to tell them on a regular basis how appreciative and how thankful we are, because what they're doing goes so far beyond their job title. And you know, it's been a really amazing process, like everyone said, with the collaboration. This is a really hard job, and there's so many days that you don't know how you're going to kind of get through the next one, but you have other professionals that you can rely on and that you can reach out to and talk to. And seeing that a lot of those people are still around kind of gives us a little more push, you know, and knowing, okay, well, they're still here. What are they doing right to allow them to sustain themselves? And we've really tried to adopt a lot of the amazing things that Star Court has done. And I want to give credit to all the other people in the Dream Court, because we've had an amazing hearing officer who will never highlight herself, but, you know, Judge Irakaki is just parallel to Doug. You know, there is a reason why people know who she is, because what she's doing is so groundbreaking in how she treats our youth and how she treats our families. And we've had other judges, you know, Judge Macbeth, Judge Sullivan, who have really humanized families in our courtroom, and they know our kids. They talk to them on and off the record. They will, you know, be real people with them. And I mean, I would hope that our kids know that, and that they know that they're not just viewed as another client or another case, but they know their names, they know their dreams. And I think that the courtrooms that we have created through the Dream Court and the Star Court I feel like we're doing something good here, and it has been great to see that it's being replicated around the country, because I think that while it may not be perfect, I think it's moving in the right direction of treating these youth differently and really treating them with honor, respect, and humanity.
Definitely. Thank you so much for mentioning the Dream Court, Tiffany. I definitely see my CASAs constantly complimenting Judge Arkarki. They definitely feel heard and validated, and like their young people's voices are heard and validated. So thank you for adding that. I'm going to move on to our last question, and we have 8 minutes for it. So how can systems hold themselves accountable for creating change? What changes could happen that would significantly support our young people? And I'm going to start it off with Betty.
So I think one of the things that could change is it often seems like accountability of the professionals trump the welfare and needs of the kids. The system saddles the caregivers and the kids with meetings and rehashing their trauma, especially for a young person involved in both systems and experiencing CSEC. There are so many people they have to report to. And so I can't imagine how overwhelming that must feel for the youth. And we still expect them to keep it all together when they're undergoing so much chaos. So, that's something that I think could change and be improved upon.
Thank you so much, Betty, for sharing that. Do you have anything to add, Tiffany?
I think in addition to the things that I've kind of already said, I would also just want to say, I think one of the best things we can do is continue to elevate survivors' voices, whether they are adult survivors, youth. We should not be moving in this space without using those voices as a guide. There's no way that as someone who is an ally and a supporter, that I should be the only one deciding what the policies are, what the decisions are, without consulting and without listening and allowing for those voices to be the loudest. And so just like I think that is relevant in so many other fights that we deal with, in the country, I think when it comes to human trafficking, and specifically with our youth who have been exploited, I think it's important to continue to support those youth, but also to give them the freedom to do something else as well. Not all of our youth are meant to be an advocate. Not all of our youth want to stay engaged in this fight, and giving them the space to make another choice as well. I think we need to give them complete choice and complete freedom and support to decide what their future is going to look like, and giving them all the tools to do that. And again, if they're going to be in the movement, connecting them with other older adult survivors who can guide them, rather than us as an outsider kind of saying, oh, you should do this or do that. I just don't think that's appropriate. Personally, I think that they should be speaking to other people who are also in the movement, who have experienced some of the things that they have, and really helping them find ways to advocate for themselves and getting a voice. And again, for the youth that decide not to enter the movement at all, I think we need to continue to support them in their wholeness and not focusing on this one piece of their life as the end all be all to who they are. Because like Amber said in the beginning, it's something they've experienced, it's not who they are. And when we remember that, then we can continue to treat them as full human beings versus the label of a CSEC client, which is not even close to describing who they really are.
Yeah, no pigeonholing on one single part of their identity. For the next speaker is Gina.
I cannot unmute myself. No, Tiffany and said it really well. I think that's the biggest the biggest heartbreak I've seen is the desire of our resilient youth to want to be a part of the movement, but there's not the proper support to make sure that their whole self is attended to, and also providing a lot more opportunities for them to develop their whole self. So take a break from the work, remove themselves from it altogether, just take a breather, but also what do they want to do? And I'd like to see a lot more resources in terms of vocational training, well-paid trade, just whether it's traditional college or if they want to move into something in a different field altogether, but just make that opportunity. And I'd love to see us figure out a way to enrich the families the same way. I love if there was some sort of model where their caregiver could also enter a field where they could sustain themselves better. And I think that's how you make communities healthier and help break that cycle, is you just make a lot more resource available. And I think that would be a nice way that'd be a really way to really see a complete evolution, is people finding a way to sustain themselves. Housing is huge. I know I work with our Tay kids, and they never actually leave us, which is a testament to how invested we all are and how connected they are. But I like to see them fly more independently. But I know that when they finish transitional housing, a lot of times we're getting crisis calls. I know Amber can speak to that, and a lot of us can. We're like, well, where do I go next? I don't have anything. And so we're not serving our population completely. They're not at 21 in a sustaining profession with a wonderful place to live. And California is incredibly expensive. Maybe we need to help resource some other options, and that would actually be really healing too, to just get outside of an area where maybe they're constantly getting pulled back into, the other thing I want to say is it's a really patient, this field requires a lot of patience. We're going to see our successes like 10 years out. There's just a lot of room for our young people to get, re-traumatized, sucked back in. Their process is what it is. And so keeping these lifelong connections is really healthy too, because they're going to come back to us and we can help resource. But I just like to expand what we have available, whether that's a place they can go to learn a trade that's outside of California, outside of LA. We need more actual places for them to grow. Besides, I feel like they stay stagnant here, and the same issue that fed them into our system is pulling them backwards a lot of times. So I'm not sure how we can do that, but I know that that's my personal goal for this amazing population, is just these amazing women and men and trans. It's just, an actual transformative, situation where this is their past, and maybe like we're all saying it's a part of them, but I feel like there's a risk we have where this just becomes their whole, they get stuck, and it's not healthy and it's heartbreaking. So I don't know if that answered the question. I went on a bit of a tangent. I apologize.
It happens, Gina. Sometimes we get caught up in the conversation. Imara, I'm gonna close out with you.
Okay, I think a lot of when it comes to systems, taking accountability is for, like, I remember being in the halls and like doing suicidal stuff, and Mr. Freeman, he came and he was able to bring me out of my little cell and speak to me. And I remember the staff triggered that in me. Like they taunted me, they made fun of me, they like threw the gang stuff in my face, like, but no one asked the staff what happened, like what did you do to encourage this, or like being in the group facilities, or being in care, and just the staff only there because they're trying to get their college degree, and then they're gone 2 months after you done probably built this relationship. Our placements being funded to fail the youth, you know what I mean? Like, if the youth need money and they're trying to take care of themselves, but the place they're living is getting more money to watch them fail, or like watch them just not get what they need, I think that's a problem too, you know what I mean? Like, these places get all this money, but isn't putting it towards that youth or towards the goals of that, client. Just, asking the whole story sometimes, and not just what did the client do, or just being accountable, you know what I mean? I mean, places love to watch girls act out and leave. They feel like their hands are free, the weight is lifted, and a lot of times, group homes, these places are filled with people that are not supportive. And I think that's a start when it comes to, the systems, making sure that You know, the people are there supporting the youth and not encouraging the negative behavior, because that's damaging all the way around. You know, you could tell youth this, fill their head up with all these encouraging things, and then go put them in the place that's going to just erase all this stuff you just told them. It's big, you know, it starts at home. And if these systems is our home, then maybe we should want to get it right and work on that, so our girls could be successful. I even think there should be a housing just for our youth. You know what I mean? I don't know how that would happen, but I just think our youth should be housed separately sometimes, and more should be put into them. You know what I mean? I think it's more put into the people that's working with them more than it is put into them, you know? So yeah.
Wow, really good points, Imara. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the panelists. That was our last question, but I would love to open up the floor to our attendees and asking questions within the question and answer box. There's actually 2 pending questions already, so I'm going to go ahead and ask them, and feel free to, panelists, feel free to just unmute yourself. So the first question is, as a professional, how do you practice self-care when working with this population?
I think that's a great question. And I think it picks back up on some of the stuff that Imara talked about, just like that turnover. Like if we as adults can't get ourselves together and figure out how to process and, you know, really care for ourselves, there is going to be a high turnover. There's going to be people that are not able to sustain this work. And I think for all of us, we've had to really process, because in recognizing how kids can be treated so poorly, it fundamentally changes the way you see the world. And so if you are able to process that, I think having that community and that supportive community, I mean, I can't tell you the number of times that I've had to reach out to professionals outside of, you know, my organization, but are still within this realm, to just like, how do we deal with this? And I think processing together, I think, is so helpful. I also think that we all have to have like the support of our families, and recognize that this is really difficult work, and it changes the way we live our lives. In really advocating for these kids, we have to be able to advocate for ourselves in whatever we need. So we have to be very self-aware of what our needs are, and then really look for what is going to support me right now. Like, what is it that I need? How am I going to take care of myself? You know, and it's beyond, there's a training that we used to do called It's Beyond Kale and Pedicures. It's not just that, it's like a very deep emotional awareness and soul care. I think that is so important for all of us doing this work.
I can go next. I got me a therapist, and it was the best experience ever. I highly suggest it. I don't think even outside of this, I think everybody should get a therapist, but I definitely did, because I had to work through my own trauma from my own life in order to be my best self for my clients. So I had to figure out what is it that's triggering me, so that I don't really dump that on my clients. And that, you know, and that significantly helped me. It was the best thing I could have ever done. But also mindfulness techniques or practices, whatever that is to anybody. It could be moving your body and dancing and exercising. It could be, I don't know, watching movies, whatever just allows you your mind and body to reset, is something that I had to discover, and I'm nurturing that still. And so that's been pretty big for me, because I always tell my clients, you know, I'm trying to be my best self for you. So usually, you know, if I have to also set up boundaries and actually, you know, be very strict with them. If I'm on vacation, as much as I want to answer my phone, I try not to, because I'm trying to reset, so that when I come back, I'm ready, I'm prepared, I'm here to talk to you, and I'm not, you know, again, dumping any of my exhaustion or my venting or anything onto my clients, because that can't be, because I need to, you know, do my best to be able to listen and be there and support my clients the way that they need to be.
Definitely. Thank you so much for sharing those tips for our attendees. So our next question is, sometimes these traffickers can be other foster youth in particular. Some have noticed that it's young boys. Can you talk about how best to work with those young people and support them?
I would say for foster youth, a lot of it's the same thing. You know, I think we get so stuck on labeling kids that we stop just treating them like kids. And they are youth. So the same things that we're trying to do to help support, girls or, some boys, our trans youth from being victimized, we need to also do the same thing on the flip side. We need to provide them with resources, provide them with education, provide them with support, humanize people to them as well, because we have to understand all these kids are coming from the same communities. So if you're treating one population as someone who's worthy of protection, but then the boys are kind of just out there on their own, well, where are they getting their lessons from about how to treat women and how to treat girls? From their community. But if they're not a part of their family community because they've been removed from care, or their community is dealing with whatever gang issues may be happening, then what are we expecting them to figure out? And so, I think we've been asking for such a long time for programs. I know there's some that kind of exist around the country that, go into juvenile halls and that talk to the boys, but sometimes just having a conversation, when we represent boys, as their lawyers, as their CASAs, whatever our role is, we need to be constantly having those conversations as well and correcting things if they come up that are a little concerning, right? Sometimes just being able to have an honest conversation like, whoa, why are you using that language? Why are you saying that? Talk to me about it. And not judging, but like, explain to me where you got that from. Why do you think that that's okay to say X, Y, Z about that girl that you just saw walking down the street? Let's talk about that a little bit more, and kind of planting those same seeds, because our boys are going to run into it as well. If you're in placement long enough, you're going to see it, no matter whether you're a boy or a girl or however you identify. And so I think the same tools we're doing for girls need to be done for boys. We can't treat one as more vulnerable than the other, because our boys are being, taken advantage of in so many other ways as well. And to get to the point where you are exploiting and harming someone else, that has to show how immense your own trauma is. That's not a normal way of being, to do the things that a lot of these exploiters are doing. And so to put your mind in that state where you can cause that much harm to a young girl, there's a lot going on, right? And that didn't just come up overnight. So I think for starters is the same things that we need to do that, like Amara was speaking about, attacking the boredom, attacking how our kids are getting treated in placement, attacking, all these different issues. We need to do the same thing regardless of what that child is, so that if that issue does come up, at least there's trusted people in their lives that they can talk to try to help guide them in another direction.
I want to say something too. I want to say, like, it's an enlightening process, because if someone knows the outcome of what they're doing, maybe it'll prevent them from doing it. Yeah, like, I think if someone know that they can have to register as a sex offender if they do certain things, like, that'll like stop them. Like, a lot of things I didn't know, but when I did realize, hey, like, I want to be, like, for me, like, I want to be a good mom, and if I don't do this, I could be a bad mom on welfare all my life, like, not, so I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. That scared me to being the person I am today. So I think just letting people know, like, the outcomes of their actions, and really getting them to understand, like, hey, there's an outcome, there's a consequence for things that you do, because in group homes, that's probably not even, especially to younger men, because people are scared to chastise them, just, hey, I'm gonna sit you down, I'm gonna let you know, this is what happens, I'm gonna read them a book about, hey, this is what you do, and this is what you're gonna get, because that helps sometimes, because they don't have that in those places.
Wow, really good point, Imara. That knowledge can go a long way. So the last question here, and then I'm going to close out because we are at 4:07, is for Imara. So what service and interventions did you find the most helpful, and what do you think was missing to help you succeed and meet your goals?
Dream Court. I got into Dream Court, and I just met a lot of wonderful women, a lot of wonderful people that rooted for me. It wasn't until I had my kid that I really sat down and got the services that I needed. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry. You're on mute.
I had to do it at one point. So it was about services and then interventions that actually worked for you and helping you to achieve your goals.
Services, therapy helped, but it's not until I needed it where I really sat down and got it. Housing programs, turn 18 and being homeless, like, there's all those programs out there, and you sit there and you get help. having a good attorney, having a great therapist. I mean, I didn't really have to go through that many services, interventions. It was more like, I got it. I had a kid. They let me know what I need to do in order for that kid. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. And having just supportive people, I mean, I can't stress it enough. Like, you have to really, you can't fake it either. Like, we gonna smell it. It's like, nah, you're not real. I'm gonna give you what you want and it's over. Like, you just be really sincere. I have really sincere people. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, just always, being able to be housed was something that kept me going. I don't want to be homeless, but I don't want to be there either, but I always had somewhere to go for some reason. Yeah, having people that's going, you can call after 5 o'clock, you giving your real number and your real email address to reach out, like stuff like that. Just opening up about something personal, but not triggering. But like, if you let me know, like, you're real by just speaking something real about who you are, to me, that might make me open up and think I could trust you and build that relationship to even want help from you. You know what I mean? Like, people be scared to open up to the youth. If you smart enough, you might say the right thing, or if you know what you're doing, you might come off really good. Or if you don't, it might still come off good. But yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And what a great point to end on. I want to thank the panelists for coming out today. Even if it is in 2D, you guys were amazing. I definitely learned a lot, and I hope that all of the attendees did as well, and take this information and apply it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Panelists, you may now turn off your cameras. And I wanted to just quickly give a shout out to Michelle. You did such a great job moderating that session, and all of our panelists just had incredible things and insights to share. And I'm just very thankful that, they came to our space and they were so willing and eager to share their knowledge with us, because ultimately what we want to do is really just help our youth. And so I'm glad that this is a space where we're able to do that. And so now I'd love to welcome our next speaker, Wendy. I'm really excited to welcome Wendy. She is the Executive Director for the Probation Oversight Commission, and she's our former CEO. Wendy's dedication to the juvenile justice system really goes back many years. She has been a community organizer, a youth development specialist, a facilitator of programs, law clerk, mediator. The list really goes on and on. A lot of her work is centered around equity, restorative justice, and advocacy. And most recently, Wendy served as the executive director for the California Conference for Equality and Justice. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the CEO for CASA of Los Angeles. As executive director for the Probation Oversight Commission, Wendy oversees a 9-person citizen commission and a team of staff that guide and enforce the much needed reform and culture change that we need in our probation department, which is the nation's largest. And so this includes the closure of county juvenile halls and camps over the next 5 years. And I know that this is a big task, but honestly, with Wendy on it, I have no concerns. I know that she'll get it done. And so I want to share just a short story and just say that when I started at CASA in 2017, I remember mentioning to her and my then supervisor that I really wanted to focus my work on how we can improve advocacy for youth that are dually involved, and really just branch CASA into the juvenile justice system. And while it wasn't the position that I was hired to do, Wendy excitedly responded yes, and now here we are. And so I just truly want to thank Wendy for supporting our growth in this area. And I'm so excited that she is our closing speaker. And with that, if everybody, we could give a warm welcome to Wendy. I will let you take it from here.
Thank you so much, Ludi, and I am so honored to be here. I miss you all, my CASA family, and I look forward to being able to share a few things with you. I will tell you, I was very humbled to be asked to close this really awesome conference out, especially because of the other pictures and names on the list of speakers, in particular Kent Mendoza and Denise Hertz, who are folks who bring an extraordinary amount of lived experience, academic experience to this. So thank you for including me. I wanted to say there are a couple other parts of my identity that I think are applicable besides those that Ludi shared, and I'll talk more about the Probation Oversight Commission in a minute. I'm also a parent, a biological parent, foster parent, adoptive parent. I am a CASA volunteer, which has been an extraordinarily wonderful experience, which I would encourage all of you to do if you haven't. I'm an organizer, and I am speaking to you today from unceded Tongva and Chumash land. I wasn't born here on this land. I was born a few hundred miles to the east on Navajo, Hopi, and ancient Anasazi land. And that is particularly applicable to the conversation today. And I think an appropriate way to close this out is to think about what we can learn from the people who live here and lived here long before there were colonizers from Europe who came to this part of the country, in the sense that there are societies in which we deal with issues like adoption, issues like committing harms against each other in very different ways, and things that we could learn to do different. So thank you, Ludi, you're a superstar, for inviting me. And I want to thank the people who have really taught me how to do this. That is lots of adults, professors, and mentors, but mostly my kids. Kids who've let me be their CASA volunteer, kids who've let me be their foster parent, their mentor, kids who've let me adopt them, kids who have let me into their hearts and taught me what I really need to know about this work. So I'd like to center them. I'd also like to center the adults who love those kids, their parents, their extended family members, their social workers, their therapists, their teachers, their probation officers, so many people, and the adults who should love them more. And that's just a fact. And we're going to talk a little bit about that later. So I told Ludi that the title of my speech was too long, but it turns out that I think it was actually what I want to talk about. So I'm going to try to share my screen here in good Gen X format. How does that look, Ludi?
Perfect.
All right, great. So we're going to talk about envisioning a community that cares for its children, preventing further trauma in our approach to youth justice. And I will answer all the questions you have about the Probation Oversight Commission, in the sense that that's exactly what we're attempting to do. Although I'll be clear that the Probation Oversight Commission is also very clearly about working with adults. So we're going to start with envisioning. So envisioning is something that's very important to me. And I've talked about it my whole life. As an organizer, I realized I've been doing this work for 24 years. And I learned early on from a trainer that we are what we think about, we are what we say, and what we think we know can really hurt us. And what I mean by that is that there are a lot of things that we think we know about these two systems, about foster care, about the dependency system, about the youth justice system, and a lot of them have to do with the words we use and the language that we use. I myself am constantly learning and constantly correcting myself, constantly making mistakes, acknowledging it's a process. And those labels and words are really problematic. And things like dual status youth, by putting not people language first, about the youth justice system in itself. I heard somebody say the other day, maybe we should call it the children's criminal system. Would that change how we look at it? There's so many words that are problematic. The word victim is a very problematic word, and I'm going to talk about that more, but in particular about who are the victims in this situation. And when in fact, of course, we know that there are harms committed, and most of the young people who commit harms are young people who have had very significant harms committed against them. Also, words like foster care and what that means and stigmatizes, words like delinquent, labels that really create difficult images in our mind. And a new word, a phrase that I've heard very often over the last few months, which is DJJ youth. So I thought I'd talk about that for just a second, because I think it illustrates what we're talking about here. So DJJ stands for the Department of Juvenile Justice, State Department of the state of California. And earlier this year, the governor decided he's going to close it down and send all the youth who have previously been sent to DJJ back to their counties of origin. So that means for Los Angeles that we're going to have about 150 approximately at any one time, young people who have been charged and received a disposition for what are considered very serious crimes. These include murder, attempted murder, and other serious crimes, sometimes crimes that involve violence, that have caused them to be sent to DJJ facilities, which used to, for those of you who've been around for a long time, were called the California Youth Authority, CYA facilities. So in the whole conversation about youth justice reform, youth justice reimagined, there has been this, oh, but what about the DJJ youth conversation? And I'm so happy to be able to speak right after that last presentation, thinking about survivors of human trafficking and the very complicated scenarios in which our young people find themselves, and to try to label young people as if we know what that means by one day in their lives, one action is really harmful and challenging. So I am hoping to have folks be able to continue to keep an open mind and think about how we use these words. And I'll tell you my word, this was my New Year's resolution 2 years ago that I have tried to take out of my vocabulary, is the word rocket science. And I used to say all the time that, child welfare reform, juvenile justice reform is not rocket science. I took it out of my vocabulary because, we're like sending rockets to Venus next year. Rocket science is apparently very achievable and we can do it. On the other hand, we have been having this conversation about how to appropriately care for our young people, especially young people entangled in these two systems, for decades without tremendous improvements. There have been improvements and we can achieve this. We can do this if we let go of what we think we know. And so there's much more that I have to say about this, but I want to live in a society, in a place where we don't have throwaway people, and especially not throwaway kids. And why I say we can do this is that number right there, 383. That was the POP report from earlier this week. That is the number of young people who are incarcerated in the halls and camps in Los Angeles County. For those of you who've been around, that's an incredible number. When I started this work and moved to Los Angeles about 20 years ago, that number was over 4,000. So we have made tremendous improvements. And at this point, I do really, truly believe that I can visualize and actualize, especially with all of your support, a place where that number looks like 0. So next, let's talk about envisioning a community. So what is a community? So I have had the opportunity, as Ludi was saying, to work at an organization called the California Conference for Equality and Justice, used to be known as NCCJ. It does work that's called human relations. And in human relations work, there's a lot of conversation about us versus them, and people who finding commonalities with each other. Some of it feels a little kumbaya. I definitely am not one who ascribes to that theory, but I do think that there are some simple answers to this. And I thought about it in 2 ways, which is why I have this picture of me coaching my kids' soccer team, is that I had the awesome opportunity to facilitate with a couple of my colleagues, Shamika Gaskins from Children's Defense Fund, Lucero Noyola with USC and has worked for Supervisor Solis, and Anthony Robles was with YJC, a process called Bold Vision, where we were talking about what our bold vision was for young people who are in both systems, in the juvenile justice and child welfare systems. And we went through like a year-long process to figure out what we needed. And basically the answer that we came to is this picture. They need exactly what my little son, who is the one that's closest to me there, needs. They need to be outside playing soccer. And by that, I don't mean, I love AYSO, but that's not exactly what I mean, but that they need soccer. They need great schools. They need clean air and water. They need safe homes and neighborhoods. They need parks. They need healthcare. They need love and dignity. It's actually not so complicated. They need exactly what we all want for all of our children. So this is an interesting concept, and one that reminds me of one of my favorite Chicano poets and playwrights, Luis Valdez, who took an ancient Mayan concept and put it into a poem that has really guided my life in terms of my parenting and my work. So I thought I would share it with you around what community means to me. So the concept, and that really is what it is, but also the name of the poem, is called In La Quech. And the poem says, "Tú eres mi otro yo, you are my other me. Si te hago daño a ti, if I do harm to you, me hago daño a mí mismo. I do harm to myself. Si te amo y respeto, if I love you and respect you, me amo y me respeto yo. I love and respect myself. And that concept that we can and should love every child in our community in the same way that we do ourselves, and that when children are hurting, we are hurting ourselves, is I think really the only way to move forward. Because in the same way that I think it's simple to think about what kids need, I also know what they don't need. They don't need to be sprayed with OC spray. My kid doesn't need that, and neither does any kid that's in a hall or a camp. They don't need to be over-policed for normal kid behaviors. They don't need guns in their faces. They don't need to live in fear. And I think that we inherently know this. We really know, for example, when we talk about restorative justice and you talk about what you would do if your child stole something from the 7-Eleven. And really, if you ask any parent, what would happen if your child stole something from the 7-Eleven, they wouldn't tell you that they would call the police. What they'd tell you is that they would march their kid back to the 7-Eleven and face the consequences, and maybe mop the floor or pay it back with their allowance or whatever it might be. I will tell you, though, I gave that example once a few years ago and received some feedback from a Black mom who told me, in fact, she wouldn't do that. And she wouldn't do it because of fear about what the consequence of marching her Black son back to 7-Eleven would be, which is, again, as I said, I have done a lot of learning over the 20 plus years I've been in this world, and a very accurate statement of what is wrong with our juvenile justice and criminal justice system in general, is that it is very flawed, but it is particularly flawed for people of color, BIPOC people in particular. So can we achieve this difference? Of course we can. We can achieve it. It's doable. And I think there are already some very significant models on how to do it. One being Youth Justice Reimagined. So I'm going to have a link to the Youth Justice Reimagined report in the chat for you to be able to read it. But Youth Justice Reimagined is a long process by which members of the community and folks at the county have come up with a plan in which we would create a community that's beyond our wildest dreams, or would have been beyond our wildest dreams years ago, and treats people in the way that we want to see all of our children treated. Because I'll tell you that I had the opportunity in this new role to visit a lot of halls and camps over the last few months. And one of the camps that I went to was Campus Kilpatrick, which is in Malibu. It's in a very beautiful geographic setting in the mountains. And it is the home of the LA model. It is a place that is organized in cottages. It has new, very attractive buildings. There was a lot of thought put into it, to it being a more therapeutic setting. Yet in being there, it is still an incarceration experience. And I am a firm believer that kids should not be locked up, and that we can live in a community where we can provide our kids with the services that they need, the love that they need, the soccer practice that they need in order to avoid being in those scenarios. So the next step is envisioning a community that cares. So everybody that knows me knows I'm not going to give a speech without talking about deep love. It's my favorite topic. Deep unconditional love, love and grace. You heard the last panel talk about it. That is what is actually the answer here. That's a picture of my daughter and my niece. And I will never forget my dear friend and CASA supervisor, Jonte Watkins, at our strategic planning retreat at CASA a few years ago. And we were talking about our core values. Raised her hand, and Jonte is a spectacularly highly trained person in social work. And she says, I kind of would like to have a core value that's like love. Is that allowed? And I wish you could have heard it in her voice, because of course, no one would be able to say no to that. But of course, deep love is allowed. And deep love is not a violation of any kind of boundaries. And deep love is exactly the answer to where we need to go. So how does that look in the actual juvenile justice system? Well, there is a phrase that is being widely used and approved around the county called Care First, and it's actually called Care First, Jails Last. The jails last part is pretty easy. Basically, it means that for legal children, youth who are under 18, and young adults and all adults, we should keep as many people out of incarcerated settings as possible. We have actually done a fairly decent job at that. Honestly, the pandemic was helpful in helping to push people out of the juvenile justice facilities, the halls and camps, and also reduce some of the populations. But mostly what has been extraordinary is the advocacy work around closing Men's Central Jail, around the possibilities of closing juvenile halls and camps and closing some of those halls and camps. The more complicated part is, what does care first mean? And I think that what I have thought about over the last few months in this new role is how much this challenge about what does care first means reminds me of the time that I was working helping school districts to implement restorative justice. Restorative justice was a new concept for many schools and teachers, and folks didn't know what it meant. They knew, like jails first, jails last, what it didn't mean. It meant no more expulsions. It meant no more suspensions for willful defiance. It meant let's not focus on punishment. Let's focus on positive behavior reinforcements. But in many cases, the educators didn't get a lot of training about what did restorative justice mean? What does it mean? And that led to a significant amount of frustration. And I see that happening as we talk to probation employees about really wanting to understand, what does this care first model mean? So it means things like deep love, of course, but it also means a change in priorities around how we staff our facilities, so that we have staffing that's not just probation employees, but also lots of clinicians and teachers and other credible messengers, people who have lived experience, who can connect with young people in the halls and camps. It also means that we have community-based organizations that can really do the work of showing individualized care to young people involved. So of course, CASA is one of those models. And in fact, one of the things I love the most about the CASA model is that it's really an embodiment of this each one, teach one philosophy. I will never forget a story that I heard of a CASA whose name is Linda. And she had a young person that she'd been advocating for a long time, who got picked up and was had his hearing for his arraignment in children's and in the juvenile court. And she didn't really know what to do, but she decided what she could do was just go and show up. So she just went and sat in the court, and they're going through the process. And she said the judge stopped the process and he goes, "Who are you?" And she stood up and she said, "I'm Linda. I'm this young man's CASA, and this is what that means. And I'm just here because I really care about him. And I want to make sure that you know that I'm supporting him." And the judge's tone changed completely. Now, is that reasonable? It's very questionable in terms of what that means for young people who don't have Linda in their court. But it does mean that it's helpful to have caring and concerned adults in every child's life. And if we go back to the soccer example, I mean, clearly that's where we need to go, is a place where young people feel valued and they have that, that loving relationship from their parent, from their extended family, from their teacher, their neighbor, anyone who's able to do that. I'd also just like to say how much we must achieve this. So you saw some data earlier today that has figures that are very alarming. One of those figures, 80%, is the percentage of youth who are in our halls and camps who have had contact with the child welfare system. This is not a thing that we can put off a moment longer. It is extremely urgent, because we have young people who have experienced tremendous harm and trauma, who are being re-traumatized and who are facing consequences for behavior that was certainly not their fault and for which they should have received care and healing instead of punishment. So next, we're going to talk about children. So in the last session, you heard someone mention one of my favorite people in this system, which is Judge Arakaki. Judge Akimi Arakaki is a brilliant jurist and also great person in terms of how she treats our young people. And one of the things that she told me once that I'll never forget is about why she chooses to use the word children. Rather than children and youth, rather than children and teens, rather than young adults is a little bit different, because we're talking about people who are over 18. But her rationale for that is that it changes the way that we think about who we're talking about. And that if we look at brain science is very clear. I'm not a scientist. I don't even have a PhD. I just have a law degree, which qualifies me for nothing in terms of talking about brain science, but I like science. And I wish that we would listen more to science, because the science, as you heard in the statistics that were shared over the last couple of days, is clear. Our brains are not fully developed until they're about 26. And the pieces that are still being developed are things like understanding consequences of our behavior and resisting peer pressure. Here's the thing though, I actually think everybody knows this. And this is a picture of my kids, by the way, none of my CASA kids, just my kids. And they've all been 18, now even the youngest one has been 18. And here's the thing everybody knows. I would invite you to go to any spring break location, any fraternity or sorority row, any place where there is a gathering of 18 to 21-year-olds. And I think you will find young people who make very questionable decisions about understanding consequences and succumbing to peer pressure. The difference is that we apply this in our criminal justice system to children, to teenagers, to youth, to young adults in a way that is just blatantly racist. It has terribly inequitable outcomes for Black and Indigenous youth, especially, but also other youth of color, especially LGBTQIA youth and youth who are in foster care. We're not talking about implicit bias here. I'm talking about straight up, blatant, systemic, and individualized racism. It's at every single stage of the juvenile justice process and the adult process for young people who are over 18. I want to just talk a little bit about the young people in this picture who are the young people who are the closest to me in my life. Of these folks, some of them grew up with their biological parents and some did not. Some were in foster care. Two of them have been hospitalized for very severe mental health issues and that led to feelings of self-harm. Some of them have been involved in the criminal justice system, two of them, in fact, and four of them have graduated from college. One of them is on this call because she's a CASA volunteer. They are complicated. And these are kids who, when they got involved in the criminal justice system, had a white mom show up to pick them up at the police station. Me, a white mom who's a lawyer. And I can just tell you that the moment that I walked in, everything changed. And I remember one of those incidents happened not long after an incident had happened with one of our CASA youth who had been involved in an altercation on a bus that was, I wasn't there. So I hesitate to say exactly what I think, but I heard the story multiple times. And what I think is that it was escalated by an adult staff member on the bus in a way that should have never happened and should have been de-escalated. And that young woman spent the night in jail. So the idea that our laws are being enforced equally is a complete fallacy, and it is absolutely changeable because we all know what we should do. We all know that when the 18-year-old that's in our lives or the 18-year-old that we were makes a mistake, that we know how to deal with it. And it's something that should be dealt with in a home-like setting. It's something that should be addressing the harm of what's going on. It's something that shouldn't have lifelong consequences. So where do I get the concept that we can actually do something about this and change our whole community narrative? I will tell you, and again, this is why I'm so happy that this conversation is closing right after that last panel, is that I think the most incredible change that I've seen over the last 20 years of my work in this field is the work with human trafficking. And the difference between how young people were treated who were involved in sex trafficking, regardless of their age, 20 years ago as compared to now, is drastically different. And when you hear about Star Court and Dream Court, and you hear about the collaborations and the work with attorneys and probation officers and DCFS, and then the incredible community-based organizations that are working on it, we have gotten to a place in our society where we truly believe that there's no such thing as a child prostitute. You would be really wrong to say anything other than that. And that was quite simply not the case 20 years ago. So I believe that we know how to change this narrative. We can do it and we have to do it. So the health and the safety of our young people is crucial. And I will tell you that these kids that I love so much in this picture who have had struggles with their mental health, I think that that is exactly the way that this needs to be approached, is through tremendous love, support, and grace, and also the services that everybody needs. So we're going to envision a community that cares for its children by preventing. So we talk a lot about preventing crime, but I'd like to talk a little bit about preventing trauma and what I think is my #1 learning in the last 5 years in the child welfare system. Basically it is, fix the frickin' sidewalk. I can't tell you how annoyed I am by the analogy about things slipping through the cracks. I have learned that I think there is a major problem with the way that we talk about this broken system, or the broken systems that are dependency and the juvenile justice system. And that is that we conflate two things. There's a big problem, we have major societal issues around racism and the patriarchy and violence and incredible wealth disparities and huge issues about housing that need to be addressed on a global scale. Those things get conflated with these cracks in the sidewalk that are completely fixable. And they are fixable because we're spending money on things that happen after the crack happens that would have been cheaper to just fix the crack in the sidewalk. Because when we're talking about our transitional age youth having access to a safe apartment, or having well-funded schools, or having consistent therapists where our kids who are in the dependency system don't have a different therapist every year, or we're talking about things like paying relative caregivers enough to be able to actually care for their kids, those are things we could do right now. Budgets are the equivalent of values. And that is exactly how I'm hoping to move forward with this probation reform. Because the probation department in Los Angeles County has a budget of about $1 billion. Yeah, in this year's budget that's been presented, there are $0 that have been allocated to Youth Justice Reimagined. That is according to the rationale, because it is, we're not ready yet, even though it's pretty clear that we've been ready for a very long time, but also because there are just challenges and that we need to hold folks accountable in the government to make sure that our budgets equal our values. Also, we are spending a lot of money. So the current budget for facilities within the probation department is quite large if you look at a per youth cost, because as I told you, we're looking at fewer than 400 kids that are in the system right now. So I would encourage you to get involved with the Probation Oversight Commission and with other political organizations and people who are organizing to make those changes. So let's talk for just a second about trauma. So again, with fixing the cracks in the sidewalk, I think that one of the really big challenges is the fact that our juvenile justice system and our dependency system, to a lesser extent, but still, often is actually increasing the amount of trauma. So I remember a couple of years ago when we were first talking about kids in cages at the border, someone asked me what I thought about that on the news. And I said that I thought it was the government intentionally inflicting trauma on children, which if you look at this slide, which comes right out of the adverse child experiences, you can see is a physical harm that is created in a child when they experience extreme neglect, when they experience constant stress. So that 80%, the 80% of youth who have experienced this neglect, abuse, early stress when they were 3 years old, who then become part of the juvenile justice system, we are inflicting additional trauma on them. And I say we because we're all responsible for this. The reason that I came to CASA 5 years ago is because of one experience that I heard about from my team at the California Conference for Equality and Justice. And it came out of Los Padrinos, which is a facility that is now closed. Yay, we can applaud to that. In Los Padrinos, my staff went and they did a very typical exercise we would do called personal timeline, in which young people drew a nice picture of how they got to where they went. And what they found was that the vast majority of these were all girls actually at that time, of the girls that had were been incarcerated in Los Padrinos had an experience with their personal timeline. So when I saw this slide for the first time, it hit me a little too close to home because I have a child who experienced extreme neglect as a 3-year-old. That's her, and I gave her permission. She gave me her permission to use this photo. This is my daughter, who I adopted when she was 5 years old, and I can't look at that picture for very long, so I'll put that one up because that's what she looks like now. And I think that what is crucial here is that we focus on not creating more emotional abuse and making sure that all of our kids, especially our LGBTQIA kids, especially our kids who are in constant changes in placements and STRTPs and non-home-like settings, especially our kids who are in our juvenile halls in which OC spray is still used and who are sleeping in cells and who are isolated from their families, that we are no longer allowing ourselves to inflict further trauma on kids who've already experienced trauma. There is a hip hop artist of whom I am a big fan. His name is Kuriga Bailey. I recommend you look him up. I had the opportunity to listen to him live, talk to a group of students one time, and he said something that changed my life forever. He was talking about hope, and he said that hope is a powerful tool. Even the word hopelessness can't exist without it. I would recommend that you look into his life experiences and how that hope has gone forward. So finally, youth justice. And I think Ludi would fall out of her virtual Zoom screen if there wasn't a picture of Cornell West on my on my closing couple of slides here, because youth justice means real reform. And as Dr. West says, justice is what love looks like in public. And the only way to have real reform, and this is from my organizing background, is pressure and a transfer of power. There has to be participation from those of us who want to see the change and actual shifts in who has the power. And it will only happen if we do this. So what's this? Well, I think that it's 2 parts. In the county, it is Care First, Jails Last. It's Youth Justice Reimagined. It's the incredible work of the Alternatives to Incarceration and the Office of Diversion and Reentry Programs at the county. And I hope it is the Probation Oversight Commission, in which the 9 commissioners and my staff will be ensuring that we move forward on these goals that have been so broadly supported by the community and especially by the county. So second, and the crucial part of this, is the community. And that is all the community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and all of those folks who are at the heart of this work. The people doing this work who have lived experiences, the credible messengers, the people who don't have lived experiences and are volunteering as CASA volunteers. That's the way we're going to change this. So the Probation Oversight Commission has 4 focus areas, and those focus areas are facilities, conditions, and closure. So we'll be looking at closing down facilities and ensuring that OC spray that's pepper spray isn't used in those facilities anymore, that that there's high quality education and safety, and that the young people who have to be in those facilities are receiving the appropriate services. The second one is training for personnel and management for the probation department, which is a focus on changing the culture of how we train our staff and ensuring that folks on the juvenile side are prepared for this move into youth development, and that there are protections for staff in terms of their own mental health and physical health, and that they are able to be healthy and capable of serving, because the stress that our young people feel is also felt by the staff of the probation department. And I think there's a wide appreciation for that among our commissioners. The third area is around data and research. That is a tremendous area of need within the probation department. Like I said, it's a huge department and they do not have adequate data and research systems. So that makes it really difficult to track outcomes, and something that the commission will be pushing. And then finally, and perhaps the biggest, is what we're calling the Programs and Services Committee, which is focused on changing the culture of the organization, changing the mission and vision, instilling restorative justice and transformative justice models, and making sure that the services that are provided to both young people and adults who are the young people who are in the facilities and young people and adults on field supervision are about healing and about reentry and about wraparound services and access to the services that they need. So I would love to have you participate with us in the Probation Oversight Commission. We meet 2 Thursdays a month, the second and fourth Thursday. We are now officially on social media. You can follow us on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook at LA County POC. The meetings last for a couple of hours. The agendas get posted in advance. We love public comment, especially from folks who work in this field, who work for the probation department, work for DCFS, for DMH, for all of our partners, attorneys who are representing young people and adults who may have been on probation, and in particular from people who have lived experience, either current or former, in these systems to help us figure out how to move forward. So those are my thoughts today, and I will just ask that you join me in this work. And thank you again for inviting me, and thank you, Ludi, for what really was an extraordinary 2 days.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much. I just am I'm always just blown away by what you have to share with us, and just the messages, and also the work that you're doing now. And I'm just very thankful that you're able to join us today. And we do have actually some time for questions. I don't know if anyone wants to submit any at this moment. I'll give it a couple of moments. And it is possible that there might not be questions because it is Friday.
Yeah, I know. That's the question. Where do we go now? I can't wait for us to be able to do this in person, to see all of you. The panelists have just been extraordinary, and it's wonderful. It's great and exciting, as you said, to see the evolution of where CASA is going in terms of this work. I was talking to someone recently about how incredible it would be for all 400 of those young people in the halls and camps to have a CASA. And I think someday that could certainly be a reality.
I'm hoping for that too. It looks like we don't have any questions at this moment. But Wendy, again, I do want to thank you for joining us and for closing us out in such a strong note. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of course. Awesome. So hi again, everybody. I'm back. I promise this is the last time you're going to see me on your screen. I just want to give another quick shout out to all of our moderators, all of our panelists. I always feel so thankful and blown away by my colleagues and all of the information that they have to share. And I know I always interact with them one-on-one, maybe as a group when we're in meetings, but seeing them all, you know, in a room together, chatting about these things that we're discussing, these things that are so important and near and dear to all of our hearts. It's very, it makes me feel very hopeful for what changes are coming to LA County and what we can do collectively. And so I also want to thank everybody for taking the time out of their busy schedules to join us. My hope is that you've learned something new, have identified areas for growth, even not just within yourself, but for your organizations, and that, you know, we all have a refreshed sense of gratitude and joy for the work that we do every day. We know, you know, everybody always says we're not in it for the money, and it's very true. And, you know, I hope that you all leave feeling that we have a sense of community, and, you know, we owe a lot to our young people. And I think that collectively we can commit to, you know, creating the change that they deserve. So before closing out today, I also want to let you all know that we will be sending an email out this upcoming week with a survey asking how we did as a whole for this conference. And I'd love it if you all could fill it out. And I know my colleague is going to post it on the chat shortly. So if you could take it now, or if you could take it next week, we would really appreciate it. We really want to hear the feedback and what other topics you all would like us to cover these upcoming years as we continue to do these conferences. And the last thing I want to mention is I really want to thank all of my colleagues who are part of the Internal Juvenile Justice Committee, who really stepped up in supporting all of the conference. This wouldn't have been possible without you. So just thank you so much for doing that. Monica, Alice, Mika, Tamara, Jessica, Megan. I'm probably blanking on some names, but thank you everybody from the Juvenile Justice Committee. I really appreciate it. And for all the attendees, please have a safe, fun, and restful weekend. I'll be seeing you around. Thank you.